Open up the public hearing in House, Senate Bill 657 and hear from Representative Spear, who will introduce the bill.
Okay, so good morning, Mr. Chairman. I'm reading this, so you know that's why I'm being very polite. Good morning, Mr.
That
Chairman
means you
and
can't
honorable
answer
members
ask
of the
questions.
committee. For the record, I am Rep. Carrie Spear, representing Hillsborough 6th District. I am here today to introduce SB 657 on behalf of the prime sponsor, Senator Rebecca Perkins Quacker, who unfortunately could not be here today due to a calendar conflict with another committee. The senator is available to address any questions or concerns you may have at her legislative email address and is thankful for your input. The idea of this was originally, I'm not going to read any more of it. The idea of this originally was to have a committee and the Justice Department work to a commission and the Justice Department to work together to establish, I guess, investigations as to how AI is being used in the state, and to have the Justice Department have some implementation as far as how to consumer affairs, that kind of thing, consumer protection, in case there are AI problems. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, the Justice Department, the Justice Committee, in the Judiciary Committee in the Senate took out all of it and only left the study committee part. So you'll see a fiscal note that talks about, $1 million almost, but that applied to the original bill. It doesn't apply to the study committee. It applied to the original bill when the Justice Department was going to actually have somebody on staff to handle AI problems that may have come up. But that doesn't exist anymore, so the FN should have gone away, but it did not. The other problem was, at that time, it was an early bill, and it doesn't need to be an early bill anymore because it's not going to finance. Right? So the bill isn't exactly as it once was. So it needs to, so we should just be looking at it on the merits of it being a study committee at no cost. And so it would be an investigation that would determine how we should be handling and see how AI is being used in the state. We know how it's being used somewhat in the health insurance department because we had that bill. Now, what other things is it being used for, and are there problems coming up as a result of that?
Right. Shouldn't be necessarily problems, right? It should be study how AI development and implementation affects. So we, in the Roman numeral 4 is the commission's charge. It's just a study committee.
Yeah, it's just down to a study committee.
Isn't that funny? The senator is sending over a study committee in a second year. Gee, I wonder how many senators are on it.
Oh.
Let's see.
Let me count that.
Let's see. It's 2 members of the Senate. 2 members, and 2 members of the House. So they're okay. So we just passed in this committee. We just passed a bill for insurance related to AI,
Right.
and then that was the most important thing to me was to make sure that the AI did not give anybody a medical decision, that it had to be signed off on a human. So. What do you think about this, Keith? Or, no, actually, ask her as a question, please.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. The responsibilities of this committee are very broad, right? It covers pretty much every aspect of everything. I'm just wondering, do you think this committee could use AI to perform its duties? Would that be allowed?
If we do, then we'll talk to you about it. It is very broad. And so, and in fact, some of the senators would prefer to have some of it, some of the original bill brought back and maybe stressed, that kind of thing. At this point, based on the fact that it is broad and we're not going to get our heads around it in one day. It might be best to just interim study it and give everybody a chance to nail this thing down a little better before we go on any further with it.
Representative Burrows.
Thank you, and I agree with that. I agree with that. My question to you is about this bill, but about study committees in general. What do you think about the makeup of the people on this committee? Do you think that they're missing stakeholders? Do you think it could be political based on who's in control in terms of who gets appointed? And, who else should be actually on the committee rather than brought in to testify? Because that's always been a concern of mine.
Yeah, it could end up being partisan, but it doesn't have to be based on who's on here. I mean, it doesn't, depending on how that gets set up. I would have liked to have seen an AI person on here, an AI expert in here as well.
There is.
Did you see one?
Line 16, yeah. A member appointed by the governor who shall have expertise in technology or AI.
I guess so, but it's appointed by the governor, so that sounds a little partisan to me. It's if we're going to IS the thing, then I think we'll have time to modify it any way we want to.
Representative Hammond.
So I guess this is a would you believe? I know this is in our work session, but we would you believe we have this IT council that the state already has that is staffed with lots of people from the state. I wonder if maybe part of this solution could be to task that council with generating a report, because one of the things they're looking at is AI, and at least in the state.
That sounds like a good idea, but does the IT group, could it expand to include something like this?
Yeah, we could probably do whatever we want.
I
with
mean,
that.
is it a stable coin, or is it anything and everything, anything that's AI related?
It's the state IT council. There's a commissioner that runs it. I know there's probably 30 people on it.
IT, so.
And
Information
that's
technology.
the right technology, or getting close to
Yeah,
the
I
right
mean,
technology.
That might be
But if we already have that as a commission that's already set up,
right.
then we don't need this bill. Because that's what this bill is. This
Well,
bill,
wait a minute,
believe it or not,
it-
this is even worse. This is a commission that lasts forever.
I understand I don't know that the IT group, that has a definite definition. Could the definition be
we wanna look
expanded to
at their
include this?
charge. We want to look at their charge and maybe add, if anything, just add it to
I think that's a good idea,
add it to them.
because they already exist.
They're probably most boned up on AI anyway. So, okay, that's a great idea. All right, so, okay, so that's what was the commission called?
Chairman, it's called the IT.
IT,
It's if you go to
IT council.
IT Council.
if you go to doit.nih.gov.
Do
That's where you find all the
it.gov.
do IT.
Yeah, do it gov.
Is there anything such as genuine intelligence?
Yeah, artificial genuine general.
Right. Not
not
artificial. It's called human intelligence.
Yeah.
Well, it could be-
Yeah, no, I mean,
That makes sense.
in terms of would you believe that, to me, creating a study commission, generally, we want to have a problem to try to solve, to get people to show up. And if, with the way it looks like to me, this is like a catch-all for anything that's AI related, and then the commission can delve into it, but it's not necessarily the people who are in the room are the ones who should be the ones who are reviewing it, so.
So, Chair,
So they'll have a committee of experts.
Well, I was saying, if we already have a commission that does IT, which is what AI runs on, and so therefore, if there's a problem, they're going to be the first ones to know there's a problem, because IT is dealing with it.
They handle very specific implementation technologies, like how it transports across the internet and how you're going to set up your computers and that sort of thing. So if the AI doesn't have a bug in it, then the IT wouldn't necessarily get involved. This would handle things if AI is being, supposing somebody uses a lot of deep fakes in presenting a bill, let's say, and they put it on the internet. That's an AI use that this bill would like to look into and see if we should be stopping something like that.
So
So I don't know if IT
Well, here's the big thing.
necessarily would look at that.
As you point out, this is an early bill. So that means we got to decide.
No,
what-
it shouldn't be an early bill. Look, can that change?
It's too bad we can't
Oh,
change
okay.
that. All we can do is they can waive off on it, but that we have to have it out of committee next week.
Then let's IS it
Okay.
and
Sure.
stick it
Well,
over. And
we'll
meanwhile,
have-
check
we'll
on
have a
IT.
subcommittee on this tomorrow, and then we can sleep on it. Yes, Representative Streets.
So, would you believe that the DOIT, that gov that you mentioned, is that a department or is it a commission at this point?
It is a commission,
But
much like this is.
so I think the stress would be to just address only IT related issues under this DOIT, while this commission that they're talking is talking mostly about the commercial and political effect of artificial intelligence, not the IT side of artificial intelligence. So this
That's
looks
true. That is
so
true.
the objective of this commission, proposed commission by this bill, seems to be different than the DOIT altogether. So how are
That's
you going to
true.
merge them together?
Well, the way I read this, the way I read this is that if somebody has something they think this is an AI problem, okay, or it's a consumer complaint that's AI related, okay, that if they call up the Secretary of State's, the Attorney General's office, which is on the Consumer Protection Division, says, "Oh, you're right, this really is a problem," let's send it to this commission and have them do a deep dive on it. That's the intent of this.
Yeah, yeah, that's
As
what
it's
I
been
understand.
amended. Right.
So I'm a little confused with the proposal that. So are you suggesting
I
to have a
think at
commission?
this point, that committee that does the deep dive to figure out if there's a consumer protection problem is us. And so just interim study it to us is the right answer. For anything that's related to consumer protection, if someone has a problem with consumer protection, then we have a committee that, if we had this in our committee, they bring it to us and then we can decide whether this problem is big enough that we need legislation for next year.
That as the bill exists now,
Yeah.
but maybe we need to change the bill.
To me, it's a wide open thing. It's just like, and I don't even, yeah. Well, let's talk about this tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Anybody else here to want to speak on 657? Okay, then I will close the public hearing. 657.
We have 10 minutes.
15 minutes ahead.
maybe that's a goal for next term, but I could help the government become way more efficient. I'm hearing from the banking department, it's to use whatever amount. And they're like, we don't have any young people.
That's the interesting part. When you said it's about how everybody says the knee-jerking reaction is just ban all state agencies from using it. And that's crazy. That's bad.
So the banking department gets to use what they want. They don't have to hire, I'm hearing, I had a meeting with the mission. They don't have to hire new staff because they can make their employees way more productive.
Right.
But the state in general is stuck on Microsoft Copilot, which is junk and old.
Right.
And this IT council mentioned AI last meeting on this. Nobody, like, we need to inject some expertise because what they do determines what the rest of the state government needs.
Right.
The banking department has their own RL.
Okay, so how did they get the card? Because you made the statement that state agencies are barred from using it.
Yeah, I guess because they're self-funded, or maybe they're just not telling anybody, I don't know, but the deputy commissioner told me multiple.
So where did you get the information that state agencies are barred from AI?
From this council,
Well, they have to use what the state rolls out to them.
Oh, I asked them.
And that's Microsoft Office with Copilot. It's plain, it's like
It's not AI.
siloed, like you can't do very much.
So they're not allowed to add an AI application,
But this,
but the banking department is doing it. That's
Yeah.
funny.
I don't know if they're,
So maybe the commission got it wrong about, or maybe they're just assuming that nobody can use AI because they don't have the software.
I think it's what they push out to
We'll open up the public hearing on Senate Bill 639 and hear from the distinguished Senator Fenton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Senator Donovan Fenton. I represent District 10, and I'm introducing Senate Bill 639, which establishes a committee to study the health and safety impacts of red dye 40 and other food additives in food and beverages sold here in New Hampshire. So it'll be quick. It's a study committee. This is a bipartisan effort with the shared goal of just making New Hampshire healthy, safe, and prepared for what may be coming next. It creates a thoughtful and deliberate process to study the science, examine the policy options, and understand the real-world impacts on families, schools, and businesses here in our state. And, you know, I want to be cognizant, well aware of the fact that the federal government has already expressed interest in reviewing and potentially regulating certain food additives, including red dye 40. And if federal action does occur before New Hampshire acts, my concern is that, you know, states, especially small states like New Hampshire, and especially small and local businesses, could be left scrambling to comply with new rules without adequate preparation or support. So in that scenario, I believe that this bill serves an important placeholder and planning tool. Gives New Hampshire a head start on what, so we're not reacting after the fact. And so that these small businesses, these corner stores, you have to think about the small grocers, the small bakeries, and food retailers that all use this stuff, they could all be disproportionately harmed by sudden change. So these businesses are going to need time, they're going to need guidance, possibly assistance to adjust their product lines and supply chains if additives are restricted or reformulated. And this committee gives us a chance to think about those impacts before this becomes a crisis. So if you look through the bill real quick and kind of see what the committee does, review scientific evidence, assesses policies in other states, examines impacts on schools and consumers, deals with key stakeholders, including DHHS, and it considers future options, whether legislation is needed or not. And it's worth noting that other countries are already doing this, European Union, UK, Norway, Germany, places like that, have either outright banned red dye 40 or have extreme warning labels on their products when red dye 40 is being used in these. So wrap that all up. This legislation simply creates a responsible forum for legislators and experts to work together to evaluate credible evidence, learn from other jurisdictions, and ensure that any future decisions are data-driven, practical, and fair for New Hampshire families and small businesses. Happy to take any questions you guys may have.
Representative Herbert has a question.
This sounds like the problem with AI. You've got a lot going on, and a lot of people have different ideas and whatnot. But are you envisioning a department of some sort that doesn't have to go to the legislature in order to do whatever it is they think is the best thing to do?
Thank you for the question. You know, if it was up to me, I would ban red dye 40 outright right now. I think it's horrible. I think it's bad for children. I think it's bad all around. And you can see other states and countries have already done this. That being said, you know, we have a lot of small businesses that, you know, like I go back to those bakeries and those grocers and things like that, where if you just pull a product off their shelves, they're left scrambling. So that's why I want to do a study committee first to figure out how we could do this, if we want to do this, and what the impacts would be. But eventually you would need a bill to bring that back, but you could work with the departments like DHHS, education, things like that. I don't know if that answered your question.
Representative Sullivan.
Are you aware of anything that's been banned in New Hampshire that's not banned federally?
In terms, thank you for the question, in terms of food products?
Yeah. So I mean, presumably, I would assume most states just follow the guidelines of the FDA. So if this study committee comes out and says, yeah, we should ban red dye 40 or something like that, but it's not banned at the federal level, would this be like the first time that's ever happened?
No, if you look at states like California's banned a lot of these food additives already.
But is New Hampshire, like, what's the mechanism in New Hampshire to ban something like that? Is it just a law, or is it like, is there an agency that would oversee? Like, I'm just curious if this has ever happened before.
Well, thank you for the question. I don't know if it's ever happened in the history of New Hampshire, but it would require legislation and working closely with agencies like DHHS, Department of Education, because schools, talking about the food that they bring in and who they contract with as well. So that's why the study committee is important, because it brings all these people together to figure out the best way to move forward with it and the most appropriate way to move forward with it.
Representative Burrows is next.
Thank you. Thanks for taking my question. I agreed with everything that you said about, how it's going to impact businesses and bakeries and all that kind of thing. But the language says that you want to study the health and safety impacts of red dye 40, but I think we already have piles of evidence on that. So I just, the wording kind of threw me off in terms of the intent, which as you described, I agree with. So do you think there's kind of a disconnect there?
Well, thank you for the question. No, I stated that the federal government's looking into this, and so in terms of this bill would be a good placeholder in case the federal government acts on this in terms of having this study committee, so that you're right. You're absolutely right with what you stated, that it focuses on the health and safety and data. But I envision if the federal government acts before we act, this is a perfect vessel to help the small businesses on how we would go about implementing this in New Hampshire. But you're absolutely correct. I was just kind of steering you a different way in case the federal government
Okay.
acted.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Teresa.
So, thanks for taking a question. Two quick questions. One is, you have mentioned other food additives in food and beverages sold in New Hampshire. Do you have the list of those other food additives that you're talking about?
No, thank you for the question. I think I added other food well, I didn't think, but I stated that we added other food additives because it's not just red dye 40 we're talking about. There's a lot of other food additives that other countries have banned. Same with California. So it'd be an opportunity to look at those as well. Why come back again with another piece of legislation to examine another food additive? We can do it all in one piece.
And follow up.
Further question?
So, don't you think this should be responsibility for the Food and Drug Administration to find out what is harmful and what should be banned or not banned?
Well, thank you for the question. Are you talking about the Federal Food and Drug Administration? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I stated early on that they had stated that they had interest in doing this already a couple of years ago. Hasn't come to fruition yet. But if that's the case and they do end up banning or looking at food additives and taking them off the shelves, kind of back to what your question was, how do we implement this in New Hampshire so it doesn't affect those small grocers, those bakeries, things like that?
Representative Spear.
A lot of questions for this bill. I appreciate it.
Thank you. We implemented the bill that banned PFAS and a lot of stuff. And what we saw was that if California bans something, there's a good chance it's not going to be used anywhere because they don't want to have 2 assembly lines and all that kind of stuff. Do you know how well it's working in California? Like, can we count on anything coming out of there as far as this is concerned? Because they're usually pretty good at it.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. I don't know how California is doing on that subject. And I stated earlier, if it was up to me, I would ban red dye 40 right away. I have young kids and I've seen how they act when they ingest this stuff, and it's kind of scary. They act like totally different children. And that's why most countries have gotten rid of this stuff or put severe warning labels on these chemicals. But the whole process, so many people will be impacted by removing that and by looking at other food additives. That's why I think a study committee is so important. And one of the charges could be how well is this working in other states and jurisdictions. I think it is one of the charges,
Okay,
actually.
so time for me to cut in. All right.
No, let's keep it
gonna-
going.
Keith, you had your hand up. You had a question? Okay. So, yes, I have been down this path before. And it was called bovine growth hormones. And they wanted to ban BVA to ban it from milk. Okay. And this was going to be a state of New Hampshire bill. Okay. The interesting part about the bill was that the committee, they used to go to the resource committee, and they would have a divided vote, split vote. They couldn't decide what to do. Eventually came to commerce, and the issue of commerce was that, and there's my question to you is, do you actually read the label to see whether it has red dye in it? Or what are you doing to make sure that your children are not getting red dye?
It's a great question, and absolutely, we read every label of what my children are buying because it's scary what is in food nowadays. It truly is, especially these candies, these sodas, things like that. I have a 7-year-old, a 5-year-old, and a 2-year-old, and do you see how different they act when they ingest these chemicals? It's not a joke. It's red dye 40. There's other food additives in these candies and things like that. They act like different children. So to circle back, you've been down.
I
this
got a
road.
second question. I have a
Well,
follow-up
I'm still
question.
going. Let me.
I
riff.
got that, but there's a follow-up
Um,
question to this.
Mr. Chairman, this is important to a lot of constituents here in New Hampshire. The issues of red dye 40 and additives. We're not acting on it. We're looking at the data. We're looking at the stakeholders. We're talking to the small businesses. It's not coming before Commerce with a split vote. It's let's look at what other states are doing. Let's look at what New Hampshire does, and let's see what we can do. So maybe one day you'll
Oh, I
be
have
in
a
that
follow-up
chair.
question. No. Yeah. I got the
Okay,
follow-up.
go ahead, Mr. Chair.
The follow-up question is, have you ever seen, like I said, the bakery, let's go to the bakery section on the grocery line, the package says, has no red dye 40.
Thank you for the question. There are candies you can buy that explicitly say, no red dye or no additives or things like that. So yes, there are those.
Exactly. So here's really the question, is that do we want to pass a nanny legislation that says you can't do something? Or is it more important to allow the free market to take advantage of it by marketing their project, helping them sell their product better by allowing them or urging them to put a label on their package that they're, let's see, polyperfen. Boy, I think if I saw that on a label that says it has no polyperfen, I'd probably think that was a good product. You follow where I'm going with this? The
Thank you
free
for-
market will take care of the problem.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. Statement question. I'll answer it. This is a dangerous chemical. And when we're talking about the free market, these corporations, these large businesses aren't always caring about the impacts of what they put in their products. So I think it's our job to help our constituency who may not know the impacts of red dye 40 or may not look for alternative options and healthier choices. We you mentioned PFAS. We acted on PFAS. We act on a lot of things that are dangerous to the public, and this chemical is very dangerous to the public. So while I am a free market guy, right there with you, we're not banning anything in this bill. We're just
Yeah.
looking. Hey, I may not be here. You might not be here, so it won't be us.
Oh,
maybe.
I'll be here.
Well, good. Love working with you. But to follow up, it's our job to educate the public and understand the impacts of these products on New Hampshire residents. And, I don't see this as nanny legislation. I see this as a study committee to look at what other states are doing. Other countries are doing this. Other countries have gotten rid of these additives. So I think that says a lot about we should probably be looking at this too.
Okay, anybody not have a question? Representative Walz.
I did not know this was going to be a popular bill, so happy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your efforts here and taking my question. At this time, do you know, or is there any way to measure how much red dye is coming into products that are in New Hampshire? Is there a measurement system, or is that something that you hope that this committee is going to do?
Oh, well, thank you for the question. Just walk into a convenience store and pick up a product, and you can see you got red dye, yellow 40, blue 40. All those additives are in almost every single product, except those kind of natural products that we talk about. But I don't know how much is being imported, and that's why, we don't want to hurt these small businesses that maybe rely on selling a Gatorade or something like that. So this would be a good vessel to examine kind of exactly what you're just talking about. Is that what's the fiscal impact of small businesses here?
Representative Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, for your testimony. Just doing some quick research here. Maybe you're aware of this. This sounded very Maha to my ears, this bill. So congratulations on being.
Right, we align every now and again.
Yeah. It looks like, this is a FDA.gov website, immediate release April 22nd last year. And it says HHS FDA to phase out petroleum-based synthetic dyes in nation's food supply. There's a list, number 3 says working with industry to eliminate 6 remaining synthetic dyes, and it lists red number 40 in that list. Are you aware of this, doing research for this bill, and could you give us an update on where that stands?
Yeah, thank you for the question. That's the last piece I've heard, kind of that last announcement they had. And, I still introduced this bill specifically because of that. We all know how fast the federal government operates, and things can change fast, or they can be not implemented, or they are implemented. And that's why, they're working with industry this bill should work with industry as well in case they do implement it. This bill is a great placeholder. Let's say the federal government decides to do this nanny legislation you're talking about. This would be a great opportunity to help our small businesses here and how we can implement that better.
Okay, Representative Teresa.
So you did mention that other states are looking at it or working on it. So do you know what other states are working, or has anyone passed this bill yet?
Thank you for the
This
question.
kind?
The only state that I know that it's passed food additive laws is California.
So they have passed this particular.
Not this particular one, but I believe it's they're phasing out red dye 40 and one other food additive.
We can certainly research and see what the enforcement mechanisms are.
And it'll be a black market for Skittles, so be ready.
Well, that's
Well, this is just a study committee. We're not getting rid of anything, so don't worry. We're just
Well,
looking at the data.
but the intent of a study committee, would you believe, is to create legislation for the future. That's the reason why you have study committees.
Thank you for the question. I think the purpose of a study committee is also as well as that maybe there's an opportunity to pass less restrictive legislation, or maybe just get the data from other industry leaders where you wouldn't have that opportunity otherwise.
I guess I don't know what less restrictive means when, at the end of the day, you are trying to ban a product. Okay, that's pretty restrictive to me. And then the question would be is what state agency would enforce it? And how would they enforce it? Would they shut a business down? Would we have sheriff going in and yanking off red dye products off the shelf and putting in and shutting down and putting the locks? I mean, how do you think you could possibly enforce a bakery to stop using red dye? How would you enforce it? Would you shut them down?
Mr. Chairman, you're putting the cart before the horse.
No, I'm not.
You
I'm
are,
putting
because you are looking far
enforcement-
ahead. You are assuming that we are going to pass a bill to get rid of red dye 40 if this piece of legislation passes.
Are you saying they're going to come back and say there's nothing wrong with red dye 40?
Perhaps there's an alternative. Perhaps there's a different
But that,
additive.
an alternative
And that
doesn't.
product can still remain, but use a different alternative. If red dye 40 is no longer allowed, just like how California has certain EPA standards, manufacturers adjust to EPA standards.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? Representative.
Can I ask the question of the chair?
Okay.
Okay, so would you believe, you've got a lot of grandkids, do you want them going into a candy store and getting some of the stuff? I mean, I'm looking at some of the things that can happen, as the senator said, hyperactivity, headaches, migraines, allergic reactions. Would you want your kids to be able to access that?
I would say right now, my children who are overseeing the grandchildren, the one they're most worried about was blue Gatorade.
Oh, I love that stuff.
The blue Gatorade, and then the other one was this sugar-free thing, and that they said it's just poison for dogs. So you got to make sure you don't have any doubt. So I think that if the issue is that we need to educate people about this, but in terms of biases about food and what's in the food, that I truly believe the free market is the best one to document that. That if they know that the consumers are concerned about red dye and are worried about red dye, they will absolutely be printing, they would actually find this alternative and making sure that their customers know that their product is red dye
We'll just
free.
follow up. I have a stepson who is addicted to candy, still is actually. And he used to buy candy so his parents wouldn't see it and bury it in the backyard. And he would pull it out when he wanted it. And he ate all kinds of garbage. So, I personally would not want my grandkids to have access.
But how would
to
you
this.
enforce this?
Well, you don't have it in the store.
You're going to ban stores from having it. So
Yeah, I would
therefore,
have, no, not, I
you
would
would
take
go,
it out.
you would
I
go
would
into
ban
stores and yank it
No,
off the shelf.
I would ban the manufacturers from adding it. They don't have to have that.
That's a great question. How many New Hampshire manufacturers actually use red dye? And I'll bet you the answer is zero.
That will FDA work.
I bet you it's zero. But I'll tell you what. Let's have the study committee have the sole purpose to find out how much red dye is actually in the state of New Hampshire.
I want
I will just
I
follow
eat
up
the black cherries, actually, not the red
before
cherries.
before
in my-
you know we.
my-
I just want to say, Mr. Chairman, a lot of times these products are cheaper with these additives. So even if we educate the customer, maybe they potentially can't afford a more expensive product.
and so therefore you want to force them to buy the more expensive product.
If they're these additives are widely these better additives are widely available, it's just the manufacturers are choosing not to use them.
Yeah. But again, but did you just say that therefore we should ban the red dye, which may be cheaper, and that the consumers will just have to suck it up and pay more for the more expensive stuff?
No, that's not what I'm saying, Mr. Chairman. I'm saying that you're proposing to educate folks rather than get rid of harmful chemicals. And it's a lot cheaper to put a harmful chemical it is than to use natural ingredients or things like that. And so the whole purpose of the study committee is just what you talked about is let's see how many manufacturers are actually using red dye 40 or what alternatives they are using that are available here in New Hampshire. And perhaps that could even grow New Hampshire's economy.
Right. So it would need a fiscal note for you to do a survey to contact every food manufacturer and every bakery to find out whether they use red dye.
That is not in the purview of this. I'm not willing to add a fiscal note. I think we start with the bill as is. However, you guys are the committee. You guys can do whatever you want with this bill.
So, I have a quick question.
Be careful what you wish for. Right?
Copy the California list, okay?
Yeah. So
Representative Teresa.
actually, I have one question for the senator and one for you, Chairman.
Okay.
Let me just quick.
You want to come up
question
here,
for-
John?
No.
So let me ask the quick question for the senator first, because you didn't put a fiscal note for this at all, but you do mention that the committee is going to consist of members and public nutrition expert. Are they all going to be on voluntary basis? Why there is no fiscal?
Well, thank you
note
for the
at all?
question. Yes, the LBA and Office of Legislative Services did not put the fiscal note on this because it has no fiscal note. It's not going to cost anything. It's just like any other study committee where we tap on these agencies that come to the study committee and talk about these issues.
Okay, and my follow-up was for Chairman. Chairman, a couple of times you mentioned that the free market will take care of it, and I agree to that point, to some degree to that. Like, for example, if you have milk and it says no RBST hormone or
Correct.
whatever, then
Correct.
people don't buy that if it has. But my point is that comes only after a while when the people get educated about that the artificial hormones are not good for health. Then they stop buying it. Like, I never heard about this red dye before, or a lot of people won't have heard of red dye unless they are up to date with what affects them, what doesn't affect them. So if they're not even aware of that red dye is going to create these issues, that health issues that we're talking about, how do you think they will make the decision? Should they buy at the store products containing red dye, or should they not buy? That means you're educating the entire country or entire state. And I don't think everybody is up to date on this information. You can't assume that.
There was a point in time where people thought that if you use an aluminum pot, you would get Alzheimer's. And there are still people who believe that. I'm just saying, red dye I've known about red dye being bad my entire adult life. I knew it when I had children. But I knew food dyes were always the curse.
Maybe because you're very
All food dyes
informed,
are a
but
curse, and
not
they're-
everybody informed like you are, maybe. So
that may be true, because I read the King Sentinel every day. Okay. We got a couple more minutes left, and I got no more cards, so we can wrap this up with the senator. I'm sure he's just enjoying being.
Yeah, you
here
know
in
what? I love
Congress.
being here. It's fun. I served 3 terms in the House, so it brings me home.
Come back.
All right.
Yes.
Red dye 40 gets into the landfill and it gets into the water table. That being said,
Did you hear about where they put green dye?
Chicago.
talking about red dye.
I know.
and so we're looking for a mechanism of how to ban it. If there is one, the way we ban PFAS would be perfect for this because it's a waste. It's a landfill bill.
That's true.
Keep it out of the landfill. If you keep it out of the landfill, it can't go anywhere.
Landfills are supposed to be well sealed when they're built. They're supposed to be holding that stuff. That's the theory of any new landfill today. Maybe not the old ones, but any new landfill today is supposed to be, in theory. Yes.
We were asking the question of are there New Hampshire companies that
Yeah.
sell products with
Yeah.
red dye? So you'll be
Yes.
interested to know
Okay,
that
great.
Lindt chocolate that's made in Stratham, New Hampshire.
Yeah, has cherries. They have the
The
cherry.
decorated candies sometimes have it. Okay.
Does have red dye in it. It says they're
says
actually
sometimes
admitting
yes.
they have red dye in their product.
So it says sometimes yes. I mean, we can verify this further. Coca-Cola bottling of Northern New England. Some of the drinks and specialty drinks contain red dye, and so that's a way that it enters New Hampshire consumer diets. And ditto for PepsiCo with New Hampshire operations.
There you go.
There you go.
Red dye's everywhere. So if you did at the holidays the ginger ale that had it looked like it cranberry, but it's probably was just red dye.
Yeah. So
Okay.
there you go.
All right.
This
Thank
was
you.
fun, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you
all.
very much.
Appreciate the time.
Is there anybody else who would like to testify on Senate Bill 639? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing on Senate Bill 639. Okay. He had a card, didn't you? Didn't grab that card? I had a pink card. Here it is. Okay, so what was this? Oh, this is for another guy.
Then why don't we from not benefit to do if it's so bad?
Yes. Representative Spear. Gary. Hey, ladies. We need a pink card for you for your introduction of the bill. Of your introduction of 657.
Oh, I have to fill out.
Okay. All right. So Tara, did you fill out a pink card? And somebody passing the pink card around? Representative Reardon's card?
There is a pink card for Tara Reardon.
Okay. What time is it? Oh, we're not over there? Okay. All right. We'll open up the public hearing from Senate Bill 648 and hear from the Senator, Senator Reardon. Welcome back to Commerce.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. And I am Tara Reardon. I'm the senator from District 15, Concord, Bow, and Hopkinton. And of course, I filled out a pink card. I went to Catholic school and we love rules.
Filling up forms.
Senate Bill 648 is about minors' access to pornography and putting an age verification mechanism into websites. It's no longer a magazine that a child is going to try to buy at a store that's easy to identify or get identification. It is all online now. This applies only to websites where more than half of their content is considered pornographic. So we're not talking about transmitters, we're not talking about Google or Apple or any of the platforms or the transmission of other people's content. We're talking about pornographic websites that this applies to. This is New Hampshire, so we made sure we put a privacy provision in there. When your age is verified, that information needs to be deleted immediately. And I brought this on the behalf of a constituent who had a former classmate and now judge who had noticed a marked increase in kids in domestic violence and sexual violence nature, and upon doing some research found out that that really is a phenomenon across the United States. There are similar laws to this in Texas, Arkansas, and Utah. They have been, the Texas law has been upheld by the Supreme Court thus far, and we did work with Apple, Google, and booksellers to make sure that they weren't unduly harmed when they are just, at one time, this bill had a private right of action in it, to make sure that they weren't the target of out-of-state interests that might just want to make their life hell by bringing lawsuits against them. That's the bill in a nutshell, heavily modified in the Senate after we worked with all of those parties. And it was the subject of several amendments that we did. The last one came on the Senate floor for the last tweaks in it. And we, for some reason, between the last amendment in the Senate committee and the floor, left off paragraph number 5, which Roman numeral 5, which I will pass around and would like included back into this provision. It's the one that actually addresses Apple, Google, the internet providers that had some issues, and they were the first agreement we came to when we started
So you
modifying this
you have
bill.
that language
I have it in yellow on the end of
on
this
one piece.
on one piece,
Yeah.
but I can send it electronically.
Yeah, can you just submit that for the clerk so we can have it in the file? Great, thank you. An internet service provider or its affiliate or subsidiary is a search engine, a cloud service provider, browser, manufacturer, or an application distribution platform when providing access or connection to a website or application, including transmission, downloading, intermediate storage, or other services to the extent provided is not responsible for the creation of the content that constitutes material harmful to minors.
I'm positive Representative Ammon could have just recited that because that's a language he speaks. But for the committee, that's what we came up with the providers.
So in other words, that the Attorney General's office, if it stumbles upon or someone dropped a dime and said there's a certain web page and that does what does that person what does that web page have to do to really make sure that the person who's looking at it is really what they say they are?
Much like the lottery website that exists now, DraftKings, all of those websites, there'll be a question at the beginning that asks you if you're over the age or if you're a New Hampshire resident, that kind of mechanism that does a database search and either allows you into the site or not.
So it's still up to the user to be honest.
Absolutely. Yep.
So if the kid goes in and says, "Yes, I'm old enough," then
Yep.
Kids are pretty well known to not tell the truth. So why?
That's a whole crime in and of itself.
So this is just okay.
It works in the states that are doing it now.
Government issued. So they asked for identification card detected by any other method, and reasonable verifies that the user is at least consistent. Yeah, but any other method, which could be simply asking to tell the truth.
Like buying beer. If you look like your older brother.
So
can
when you say
probably
other
use
states
this.
are successful, so that if we were to go look and see what other states have done, we would see that the states are successful in getting the $25,000 fee.
They're successful in having websites, members, residents of their state accessing websites. Texas, Arkansas, and Utah have this
The
provision in
question
law.
whether you're old enough.
Right.
Okay. So yeah. Okay. All right. Other questions? Yes, Representative Ammon.
Thank you, Senator, for your testimony. Just to clarify, so we understand the history of that paragraph that you're looking to add back in, was that mistakenly left out?
It was
Or-
mistakenly left out, and it was a floor amendment in the Senate, and our rules say you have to have a complete amendment in by a certain date, and the recommendation of the
deadline
third
issue?
floor in the State House was bring it to the House instead of changing the amendment now.
Okay, thank you.
Well, that's really cool. You have that rule because in the old days, amendments could show up on the day of the session, so you always don't allow that
It's the
anymore.
Wild Wild West, right?
So, but you don't allow that anymore. It has to be in
That's
how many
the rule.
hours ahead of time?
Monday, before a Thursday session day.
You're kidding me. That's a very that's a cool policy for the Senate to pass. Okay.
So I have a question on or concern on line 28, where it says not retain any personal identifying information used during the verification process. And again, you try to enforce that on next page, line 5. No commercial entity or third-party verification provider shall retain, store, or sell any personal information used to verify age under this chapter. Now, the question is that that is the main issue these days of data privacy and data getting sold, etc. How are you going to enforce that? Because that is something you might get a big pushback, but that the data theft is a bigger issue in this generation. How are you going to enforce that?
So there's a prohibition in the law. We're putting a prohibition in the law against saving that. If that is uncovered at a subsequent date, then you're subject to the fines by the Attorney General's office. I can't imagine, nor do I know enough about the tech world to tell you how that would arise in a case, or it would be discovered. But we have a provision and we have a penalty in the event it is.
Just quick follow-up. So I understand that you have penalty if somebody breaks, but my concern or question is more that who is going to enforce that? And it's very tough to even enforce that part. Or have you assigned any agency that they're going to go after and keep finding which companies are violating that data privacy issue at check-in or at where logs in?
We removed the private right of action from this bill. As first drafted, it had one, so it would be the Attorney General's office that has the ability to sue for that.
So there's no fiscal note for this? I mean, that might require a lot of, enforcement expense to enforce that data privacy. And I don't see any fiscal note for that.
I don't have a scenario in my head of where this would happen, but I'm thinking that this wouldn't be the only cause of action in a suit. There might be a suit about something larger than that there where this could be discovered, that they were retaining that information. But certainly the Attorney General's office isn't going to audit companies that are doing business in the state of New Hampshire. But if in fact there was a case where it was discovered that they retained that information, they would be subject to the penalties provided.
Okay. So would you believe by that time?
Further question?
I'm sorry, further question.
Further
Sorry.
question?
Further question. So would you believe by the time they will figure it out with audit, the damage could have been already done for a long period of time? And I mean, that is what you get these days. The credit card is stolen 4 months back at this store. Now change your credit card, but nothing can be done. So would you believe that there is something you need to consider about the implication of implementing this and the financial part of it, the financial implication that you might need money to implement this effectively?
I do believe that.
Thank you.
Representative Hammond.
Just following on that line of questioning, a lot of these sites, if you're familiar, you have to take a picture of your driver's license, and then you have to open the camera on your phone, and you have to look left and you have to look right, and they scan your face and they match it to your driver's license. That's kind of a sophisticated piece of software, and a lot of the sites will they'll contract it out to a third party. There's a few sites that do that, and I don't know what their data retention. Did that come up in the Senate, or do you have any thoughts on that?
It did not come up in the Senate. It's the first
As far as
conversation
retention
I've had.
goes, okay.
All right. Thank you very much, Senator. Anybody else would like to testify on Senate Bill 648? Okay. Yeah, we need the pink card. Okay. Ava Ambrose. Okay. Good morning. Push the little button on the front there. Red is good.
All right, great. Hi, my name is Ava. I'm a lifelong New Hampshire resident, and I oppose SB 648. Age verification laws are ineffective. They don't stop access to adult content, they just redirect users. Research shows that these laws drive to non-compliant websites outside the US where content is less regulated. Normalizing age verification and access restrictions opens the door for broader internet censorship, mass surveillance, data farming, data breaches, and security leaks. We all want to protect children, but this law is overreaching and counterproductive, and its implications extend far beyond pornography. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in. We appreciate it. Will anybody else like to testify on Senate Bill 648? Okay, another pink card. Okay, Marie Monroe, who's also in opposition to the bill.
There we go. I'll be reading testimony from the founder of the New England Erotic Laborers Alliance, Trisha Nualo. She wrote here, apologies, she got stuck in traffic because of the snow. I'm a certified sex educator and intimacy coordinator and the founder of the Erotic Laborers Alliance of New England. We provide resources and support to sex workers and trafficking survivors. I contributed to the development of a porn literacy curriculum with Boston University for students in high school, and I was on the front lines of reforming this set safety standards and comprehensive consent within the mainstream adult industry. I also worked with the Inspired International Me Too movement. I've been an actor and producer of adult entertainment for 23 years. In many of those years, I ran a full-time studio here in New Hampshire where I lived, voted, paid taxes, and employed residents. In the state of New Hampshire, it is perfectly legal to produce adult entertainment. In 2008, the New Hampshire Supreme Court ruled the state versus Thoreau that producing pornography does not constitute prostitution under state law, with legal reasoning citing First Amendment protections, highlighting that pornographic acting is generally considered a protected expression under the First Amendment. Sorry, this is very long, and she cites a lot of things here. Let me see. As of right now, there is no hack-proof guaranteed way to safely collect copies of government identification from consumers, according to cybersecurity experts. And a government-issued identification card check conducted by third party is going to accomplish nothing but create a false sense of security. A minor looking to access adult entertainment will find a way around it. The minors that you're interested in protecting know about VPNs and how to use them. The New Hampshire adults seeking entertainment deserve to search the vast World Wide Web without having to upload their government-issued identification. And we can all agree that underage viewing of adult entertainment is not something we want. There are other ways to protect minors from viewing potentially harmful adult material online. We believe that parents, not the state, should take action to restrict what is allowed to be viewed. Technology exists to aid the parental responsibility to control the potential content that their children have access to. There are already reasonable verification methods in place in most adult websites, and there are nonprofit organizations that work to mitigate underage viewing of adult content. The Electric Freedom Frontier and the Free Speech Coalition are available to offer more reasonable solutions that do not involve the government regulation of viewing online entertainment. Sorry, she cites a law that you guys probably talked about already. I believe that it is a slippery slope, and to what end where the state may have power to sanction anything that is morally right or wrong, even the written word. On behalf of myself and my community, we urge you to reconsider the writing as pornographic material as it pertains to the proposed legislation. We also ask that you consider the possible long-term ramifications of government interference with free speech, choice, art, writing, and the legitimate employment of Granite Staters. Thank you for your time.
We would urge her to submit that online, that testimony.
Yeah, she is submitting it online as well. She
Yeah.
just was supposed to be here in person
No,
as well.
I understand. Appreciate it.
Yeah, of
And
course.
are you aware of what she said something about other agencies have done things for age verification? Do you know what those are?
Let me pull this up. Sorry.
Or just let her know that that's the question.
Yeah, I'll forward that question
Yeah,
to her and
you know,
have her
what,
add it to
what
it.
other suggestions and rather than this
Yeah.
that she has that we can get at the age verification system.
Absolutely. And I also wanted to, believe it was Representative Amon, talked about the retainment of the government IDs from different adult websites. And I can speak for myself, at least as a creator on OnlyFans, that there is no publicly listed restriction on how long that information is retained. And it can be very, very invasive to the point of having to submit not only pictures of the front and back of your identification, submitting multiple forms of identification, and then also doing those 3D facial scans that you're literally sitting there in front of your computer doing the swivel back and forth and taking all your side pictures. And it feels incredibly invasive, like taking a mug shot when it's just logging in to do your job.
Would you believe maybe that was their intent, that if you knew they were going to do that and keep that, that maybe that would keep you from going onto that web page, and that's exactly what they want?
Unfortunately, yes. I believe it is a tool of the surveillance state in a variety of different ways.
And Representative Hammond has a question.
Just for the record, I just want to state I wasn't doing the facial scan for OnlyFans. For an
Oh, I
OnlyFans
wasn't
account.
implying that you
Yeah,
were.
Just want to make that clear.
No, I'm sorry. Apologies. I wasn't implying that you were, sir.
There are other businesses that also use that.
But just as a follow-up, I like your comments on this. This is a debate that's happening all across the country.
Absolutely.
And it's driven by this issue, but it has much broader implications. You mentioned the Electronic Frontier Foundation. And I've donated to them going back probably in the 90s, whenever they started. But this is an issue that's affecting the freedom on the internet because it's kind of like a camel's nose under the tent. What are your thoughts on not just one industry, but the broader implications? If you could just elaborate on that, just so we have that on the record.
Absolutely. I think there are a lot of different broad implications to not only starting with the limiting of the viewing of adult content or the restrictions on the creators of adult content. That is, we refer to it in industry as being the canaries in the coal mine, where these processes are tested on us as like an oppressed class, an oppressed working class, to then be used further to start restricting other things. Or, we start to see the use of verifying your accounts on different social, like regular vanilla social media platforms, where they are asking for your submission of your IDs, and they're not telling you how long they're keeping it. They're not telling you where they're storing it. And when you do dig into that, some of it's just indefinite. And who knows, Representative, you talked about like the keeping and selling of people's personal data. That is something that is just going to continue to blossom from here. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, great. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else who would like to testify? And who is your client for this bill?
Good morning. My name is Maura Weston. I am here this morning on behalf of the New England Connectivity and Telecommunications Association. Appreciate the opportunity to testify. NECTA members provide state-of-the-art internet, video, voice, and wireless offerings throughout the state of New Hampshire. Our members include BreezeLine, Comcast, and Charter Communications. Together, we serve approximately 485,000 customers and offer services to more than 695,000 locations. We appreciate the intent of the bill. Obviously, we share the goal of keeping children safe online, and we just want to ensure that the bill is clearly aimed at safeguarding minors from harmful content, and want to clarify that ISPs that simply transmit content are not the target of the bill. It's my understanding that the sponsor brought in an amendment, which would include some clarifying language. We'd be happy to work with the committee on that and, again, support the overall intent.
So you just want to make sure that as a internet connection that you're not dragged, that this paragraph 5 also includes you.
Exactly. Thank you.
Got it.
Appreciate
so
it.
Why don't you make sure you get it from the senator, what the language is, and so that you make sure that it has what you want it to have.
I certainly will check with her. I appreciate that opportunity, and we'll circle back.
Okay.
Thank you.
See you at the subcommittee.
I appreciate it.
Okay, now, is there anybody else who would like to speak on this bill? Seeing none, close the public hearing. And that's it for this morning.
All right. cards. I would call Senator Magoo the sponsor of SB 482.
Good afternoon, Mr.
Welcome,
Chairman.
Senator.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Commerce Committee. Good to see you all and spend part of the afternoon with you. I'm Senator Tim Magoo. I represent District 11, Merrimack, Milford, Amherst, and Wilton. And I'm here to talk to you about protecting some of our most vulnerable citizens in the state. Those that have amassed some small bits of wealth and fall victim to scammers, and their money gets sent offshore to bad actors. Senate Bill 42, as amended and passed unanimously by the Senate, establishes some clear, uniform consumer protections for digital access transaction kiosks, commonly referred to as crypto or Bitcoin ATMs. These kiosks allow consumers to purchase, sell, or transfer digital assets using cash and provide a lawful and increasingly common financial service. However, there's so much fraud that it's time for us to step in, particularly the pressure-based scams that target the first-time users and the seniors. And it really demonstrates that there's a need for safeguards. You'll hear from plenty of folks behind me about the incidents and the shocking dollar figures that these scams involve. And I just want to emphasize that the legislative intent of this bill is explicit and very balanced. Both industry and advocacy have come together making the request for this type of legislation. So I believe our job as a legislature is to find a balanced approach to allow the good actors and the legitimate business people to stay in business and offer this service to legitimate users, but still put some key protections in to include identity verification and ensure accountability and compliance with some of our existing financial safeguards. The bill establishes a transaction hold for first-time users and a cooling off period during which the consumer may cancel and receive a full refund. And no police report is required for that. No investigation is required. If a customer contacts the operator during the hold period, the operator would issue a full refund, no questions asked. This safeguard alone would prevent the vast majority of pressure scams seen at these kiosks. So 42 also sets a reasonable daily transaction limit. That's probably one of the most central elements of discussion for this particular bill. What number should that transaction limit be for a first-time user or for a repeat user? I suspect that will be a big piece of the discussion here. I can talk to you a little bit about what some other states have done. Vermont put a $1,000 limit in, and unfortunately that caused most of the industry to pull out and not offer that service in Vermont anymore. So it was an effective ban, and I suspect you'll probably hear from both sides on that. The other central issue is how long should someone have to get a refund? Credit card companies, I'm not exactly sure, but I think it's at least 30 days from the credit card companies. So there's been discussion from 10 days, 14 days, 30 days, 90 days. And those are, I think, the two central policy decisions that the legislature will need to make. So in terms of mandating transparent disclosure of fees and pricing relative to the publicly derived reference prices, that I think we probably have an easier time coming to agreement on as both bodies and industry and advocacy. I don't think anybody is against transparency or notices or things that ensure the consumer is doing what they intend to do, which is feed their money into the system for some legitimate purpose. So the framework that we have so far supports investigators and the Consumer Protection Division of the Attorney General's Office and law enforcement by preserving some meaningful reporting thresholds and visibility into suspicious activity. I think you'll hear from industry that they are very interested in maintaining the suspicious activity reports, and I applaud them for that. As it's currently written, it avoids, in my view, somewhat counterproductive policies like the $1,000 daily cap, which effectively makes it a non-viable, a non-starter business option. So I think 1,000 might be a bit low on that. If we look at Vermont, like I mentioned, after they adopted 1,090 day, nearly every digital kiosk operator left the state within a year. And I don't think we want that to happen here. There are real consumer benefits to this. It does need some protection. We have small businesses that enjoy. I wouldn't say they rely on it, but they appreciate the small bit of income they get paid for the floor space and the electrical outlet. It might be $200-300 a month, but that's sometimes enough to support a part-time employee for a week, or depends. It certainly helps, and that's why they do it. We found that these small retailers, convenience stores and whatnot, are willing to help identify the scammers. We've seen them call the police. We've seen them urge people to stop putting money in the machine when they suspect there's a victim sitting there. We've also seen some of these retails offer a chair to the elderly. I don't think that's productive. And we've seen, you probably have seen the body cam video or the convenience store surveillance video, and it's shocking to watch someone feed a bag or a duffel bag full of cash, just 120 after another. And it breaks my heart. So I think there's a balance here. The question is exactly what are the limits? So when I deal with a bill like this that has some controversy in terms of the specific technical numbers, I worry that it might get sent to interim study. And in some cases, that's a very good option for legislation that needs thoughtful consideration. The problem with that here is that effectively leaves it at the status quo. So we leave these kiosks open as a conduit for scamming, and I don't think we want that to happen. Some of the smartest people I know have responded to the Nigerian prince email before. We probably all had that over the years. And you would never expect some of these people to respond to those emails. But they do. They're very compelling. When the scammers get them on the phone, they tell the victims, don't deal with the police, even if the police are standing right next to them with a body camera begging them to stop putting the money in. The scammer on the other end of the phone will say, no, that police officer is going to arrest you if you don't do what I tell you to do. They're there for you. We saw them coming, and they just make up all sorts of compelling lies for these victims. So anyhow, that's it. I'm happy to take questions, but I know you have a lot of cards, and there are a lot of experts on the technology, and I'm sure some very heartfelt stories too that you'll hear to come. I'm happy to take questions, though, if you like.
Thank you, Senator. Representative, remember, we are going to have a subcommittee on this also. So if you have questions you can save for the subcommittee, that would be also good. Representative Aaron, you have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, for your testimony. Is it your position that this is a legitimate business that we don't want to ban? Is that your position?
Thank you, Representative Ammon, for that question. And 100%, I would like to make certain that we don't affect a ban by putting limits that make it essentially impossible for legitimate good actors, and there are some in the room, representatives of that industry. And I don't think we want to go so far. So the trick is the balance, those limits and caps and waiting periods. I think those are the primary issues.
Just a quick follow-up.
Follow-up?
Thank you. Is it also your position that we don't want to destroy the market in such a way where only one operator it has the wherewithal to operate in our state, that would hurt the consumer by eliminating competition? Is that also your position?
Thank you again for the question. That's an excellent question. I would agree. I think that's a tougher hill to climb. I think that's going to be more difficult. I think there are probably a number of good actors, and competition, of course, is good in the free market, and we support that. I don't know how many of the different operators are in the room. I know of a couple. And I don't honestly know how many different vendors besides the couple that are here today actually operate in the state. Like how many different companies or ventures, have their own crypto ATMs in our state. So if it's 10, I'd be surprised, but it could be, I suppose. And I think that's a great question for some of the industry folks behind us. They'll probably know how many different vendors there are.
Thank you. Representative Teresia.
Yeah. Thank you for taking a question. You mentioned that $1,000 by Vermont, that was counterproductive actually. So do you know the state that has passed this, what's the max limit they have put, and where did you get the number of 2,000?
So the number of 2,000 was the compromise that came on a floor amendment out of the Senate before the Senate passed it unanimously. And I think the sense of the body was, let's move this legislation along in the process and keep discussing those specific numbers. In answer to your question on $1,000 in Vermont, it was an effective ban, and I don't think we want that here. I think these machines do serve utility, but we definitely need some significant guardrails in place for both sides. And remember, like I started out, and I didn't tell you the story, when I encountered one of these machines at a large legislative conference, it was new to me. And I walked up and started talking with them. And when both industry and advocacy groups, like the wonderful red shirts behind me, when they both come together and ask for the same thing, it's compelling. So you can see there's an effort to make it a good business. And I think that's our job, is to find out exactly what the agreeable numbers are that will work for both bodies and the other stakeholders.
Thank you.
Senator.
Thank you very much.
I call Representative Calvin Bollier from Grafton 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And honorable colleagues of the Commerce and Consumer Affairs Committee. For the record, my name is Calvin Bollier, and I'm one of the representatives for the Grafton 1 district. I am perhaps unique in the legislature in that I actually owned and ran a Bitcoin ATM, or digital asset kiosk business, in New Hampshire. My business partner and I got out of that business in 2023. However, until then, I served as the bank secrecy officer and oversaw compliance with federal law, particularly our anti-money laundering, or AML program. I've seen how scammers victimize the people of New Hampshire. I'm here to tell you that this bill has great intentions, but seriously flawed execution. I fear it will not meaningfully reduce the amount of fraud, but instead scapegoat an innovative financial tool that New Hampshire has in fact pioneered. While my company processed hundreds of transactions, a handful did turn out to be fraudulent. I remember one victim who became angry when we canceled her transaction and blacklisted her because she couldn't send Bitcoin to her Nigerian boyfriend she never met in person. Every time we filed a suspicious activity report, or SAR, there was a deafening silence from federal, state, and local law enforcement. No phone calls, no follow-up, nothing. I genuinely fear law enforcement simply does not have the resources needed to adequately investigate and prosecute these types of crimes. Indeed, despite ever-increasing financial regulation, fraud losses have risen 430% nationwide since 2020. We now have over 3 million fraud reports filed with the FTC just last year. We need to get serious about attacking the root cause. We need to be targeting the scammers directly, not the financial tools that they use. After all, we don't try to stop arson with 14-day waiting periods on matches. We stop arsonists. Scammers are highly adaptable. Bitcoin ATMs are not the only financial tool being abused by these sophisticated criminal networks. It's how scammers move money uses many financial tools, bank wires, gift cards. There are even scammers who convince their victims to mail them $100 bills folded into books. In Nebraska last October, an 83-year-old woman was convinced by a scammer that he was a federal agent and her identity was stolen. To, quote, protect her assets, she was conned into mailing him $30,000 in cash, folded in between the pages of books to a California address. In the end, it was actually the Better Business Bureau that was finally able to help her stop a further $43,000 loss, which was a scheme by the scammer to have her buy gold and mail it to him. Even if Bitcoin ATMs were banned tomorrow, scammers would have plenty of other methods. That doesn't mean we don't do anything, but it means that this bill needs adjustment so that law enforcement has the tools and the resources to do their job. When law enforcement can do that job, the results are awesome. Recently, a federal grand jury in Vermont indicted 25 Canadians for a scam that defrauded elderly individuals, including victims here in New Hampshire. They scammed them out of $21 million in 3 years. The scammers used individuals in the United States to pick up the cash in person from the victims. The fraudsters operated out of an otherwise unremarkable Quebec call center until ICE uncovered their scam. Because law enforcement had the necessary resources, every single one of those scammers, including one that even fled to Nicaragua, is facing justice in a U.S. courtroom. That's awesome. We need to see more of these criminals brought to justice. I invite the members of this committee to listen To the digital asset kiosk businesses and customers, please find ways to truly protect the people of New Hampshire and allow meaningful access to one of the most democratizing financial technologies of the last 400 years. Imagine if paper checks and bank wires had a 2-week refund period. Why not? There's plenty of fraud with both of those. Why are we treating this technology so differently? Digital asset kiosks are the only way to directly exchange cash for cryptocurrency, which can be used worldwide. It's an important and unique bridge that users of cash will increasingly rely on in the future. Let's protect that future and the people of New Hampshire. With that, I am happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Representative. Yes, Representative Porcelli.
Thank you for taking my question. You're probably uniquely qualified to answer this since you ran a business. What suggestions do you have to change the bill to make sure that the scammers are actually the ones that are being targeted? Do you have any ideas?
So I think this really is a question of law enforcement resources. I think that what was really frustrating to me is scammers would be identified and then there was nobody in law enforcement to hand them off to. If there was somebody, within state police, there was some kind of fraud task force that the industry was well aware of. I think also law enforcement being able to easily, and this is in the bill already, having a dedicated number for the operators that law enforcement can reach. I think with enhanced communication, I think that a lot more of this could be stopped and identified, but I would also defer to the members of law enforcement, which I'm sure are going to testify for what ideas they have. And then I think it's not even just law enforcement alone. I think there's even a range here for, I don't know if you've ever seen online, but this scam baiting thing where people will actually try to pose as victims of fraud to entice scammers and then they will out them. I think when people do things like that, perhaps maybe some kind of bounty system or reward system for bringing these people to justice, I think that could be very innovative and really strongly deter fraudsters.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So just curious, how did you identify potential scams? What tools or what information or experience do you have to identify them?
Yeah, so thank you for the question. So one of the things I kind of bristle at is this concept of this industry being unregulated. This industry is very regulated. It's regulated by federal law. So we're required to comply with the Bank Secrecy Act. We're required to get a money transmitter license from FinCEN. And that means that we need to have a comprehensive AML program, which is regularly audited. And part of that AML program is identifying scammers. So one of the things you look for is we have a series of screening questions. Again, that's in the bill. That's a great tool that I think everyone who operates in the space would be more than happy to do. But there's certain telltale things, and there are certain industry best practices for identifying when somebody might be a victim of fraud, when somebody's might be coached. And believe me, the operators have a lot of incentives to pump the brakes or even ban people if they think their machines are being abused. We don't want to facilitate, any fraud.
Okay, Representative?
Thank you. I appreciate the fact that, that the businesses have efforts to reduce the fraud. But I was looking at some of the cases, and the Iowa Attorney General is suing one of these groups. And he said in his brief that it was 95% of the transactions were fraud. That doesn't sound like anybody's doing a good job of stopping anything.
Well, so I guess to answer your question, I would dispute that 95%. I think it's actually closer to flipped. I would say 95+% are actually legitimate. And one of the things that we noticed is a lot of the people, when Bitcoin was on the upswing, when a lot of the exchanges, online exchanges were doing a lot of business, we actually noticed a pretty serious uptick in business as well. So it was a lot of people who, let's say they get paid in cash, they deal with cash, they're either unbanked or maybe they choose not to deal with banks so much, but they were modifying their buying patterns in response to market conditions. So I think for a lot of people, it was either as an investment. Remittances were another legitimate use case that we saw a lot of. And then for some people, it was a way to, let's say they wanted to purchase something online. Let's say you wanted to get web hosting services or something like that. You didn't want to use a credit card. This would be another great tool to use. So I would say the vast majority of the transactions were legitimate. The fraud was the exception and the outlier.
Representative Miles?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Bolio, for taking my question. So how can we regulate and protect our vulnerable from, as you said, it's a global problem. How do we protect our vulnerable from offshore foreign scammers when 99% of them are from other countries?
Yeah, that's a good question. And that's something that banning Bitcoin ATMs won't change. We're still going to have the exact same problem because these scammers are already operating and have already adapted to operate in environments where there are very limited Bitcoin ATMs. That's why I say we need the resources to go directly after the scammers. I think one of the unique opportunities for law enforcement and investigators is actually using chain analysis tools. And that's also something that's already in the existing bill. These chain analysis can actually be another kind of breadcrumb that investigators might be able to use to track down where these fraudsters and scammers are. But it's a question of resources. We get rid of all the Bitcoin ATMs, people are still going to, you know, they're going to be, unless we shut down the postal service, shut down the banks, shut down everything else, people are still going to find a way to get money out of fraud victims in this state unless we attack the root cause.
Follow up?
Follow up?
Thank you.
Quick.
So then I guess this is a would you believe. If we don't pass this bill, then nothing happens and the status quo continues and our parents' money continues to get sent overseas to foreign adversaries.
Yeah, so I think this bill has a lot. I didn't say don't pass this bill. I said this bill needs work. It has some best practices that are codified. I think things like the 14-day refund, that I think maybe when you're dealing with a first time person, maybe as part of, and some companies already have this, where it's the best practice if you're the first time user, there is some kind of limitation or waiting period or something like this. Another thing that I think might be really useful, and we see this sometimes with casinos and stuff, people that are problem gamblers can get added to these blacklists. It would be, I think, very helpful. Maybe if there was some kind of, if somebody, let's say they're elderly, maybe they're a memory care patient or something like that. Maybe there's a possibility where someone who has a medical power of attorney over them, or maybe that individual themselves can add themselves to one of these lists to where they're not able to use these machines. So, I mean, I think there's creative solutions out there, but what I think will happen is, let's say we do pass this and there's a 14-day waiting period, but the number of people who are defrauded goes up next year. We effectively patted ourselves on the back and said we did something, but actually we didn't really do anything.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Representative Burrows?
Thanks. And this is a would you believe. I'm just looking here that the FTC said that losses from ATM scams increased 10 times from 2020 to 2023. So that's just an FYI.
Yeah, no, I mean, I believe it. Like I said, 430% increase in losses from scams overall. And as cryptocurrency continues to be adopted and used legitimately, it makes sense that it would also be in the mix for, use or abuse in this instance.
And I did date the Nigerian prince. I just wanted to make that clear.
Okay. Quick question.
Yes, very quick. So you did mention that this bill needs adjustment, and you mentioned some of them. You threw some of the ideas as well. Would it be possible for you to send your whatever adjustment you're looking for and some of the ideas you mentioned in an email to all of us in the Commerce
absolutely.
Committee?
I'd be very happy to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Ammon, final question.
I think you answered my question. You mentioned that FTC number, it was 400 some, there was the number of claims or was the amount of claims?
Yeah, so
If you could just repeat that.
Yeah, so since 2020, let's see, I have the number. Oh, let's see. Fraud losses have risen 430% since 2020, and last year, 3 million reports were filed with the FTC.
And my question was, is that all fraud or is that just crypto ATM fraud?
No, that's all fraud. That's all fraud
All right.
nationwide. This is an ongoing problem nationwide. It's not just crypto kiosks. It's every single avenue scammers have to attack and victimize the people of the United States. Those avenues are being used.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
The chair calls the Attorney General's office. Brandon Garrod.
Afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For those that don't know me, my name is Brandon Garrod. I am a Senior Assistant Attorney General. I'm also the Chief of the Consumer Protection and Antitrust Bureau at the New Hampshire Department of Justice. I'm here today on behalf of the Attorney General supporting HB 482 or SB 482 because no bill is perfect to combat fraud. No bill will immediately solve the issue of scam, of fraud, of crime, but this bill would make a big difference for a number of reasons that I think I am uniquely qualified to talk about. In my position, I supervise the Consumer Protection and Antitrust Bureau, which has two wings of it that expressly touch crypto kiosk fraud. One of it is our Consumer Protection Hotline. This is a hotline that's manned by volunteers. It's open 5 days a week. Anybody, anywhere can call into the Attorney General's office and get a real live person who's having a consumer protection related issue and talk to a person in an attempt to point them in the right direction to try to help them. We frequently receive calls about folks that have put money as a result of being a victim of a scam into a crypto ATM kiosk. Certainly they are just as many calls about people being defrauded other ways, but it is a real problem in the state of New Hampshire with people that are being defrauded by putting money into crypto ATM kiosks. And the problem is that as the scammer has them on the phone and they bring them up to the machine, there are no mechanisms in place to alert the person to the potential that they might be the victim of a scam, to limit the damage that could be done if they are a victim of the scam. And as a result, they are losing considerable amounts of money that the Attorney General's office is unfortunately powerless to help them recover once that transaction is finalized. The other arm of our Consumer Protection Bureau that touches this is a specific elder abuse and financial exploitation unit that focuses on criminal prosecution of folks that scam, neglect, and otherwise abuse the elderly, and also promotes awareness throughout the state about scams and frauds and how to minimize the loss from these sorts of scams, how to identify these sorts of scams and educate the public to try to make a difference that way to prevent the scams from being successful on the front end. And that unit as well, who works directly with Adult Protective Services and reviews all of the law enforcement referrals that are generated by Adult Protective Services, similarly sees enormous amounts of folks that are losing money in this state as a result of being scammed and being led to these cryptocurrency kiosks, going through the whole process without any barriers, without any warnings, without any limitations to the amount of money that they lose, and then on the other side are essentially powerless to recover it. There are provisions in this bill that will make an immediate difference. It will not solve the problem. The problem, that the prior speaker mentioned about going after the scammers and holding scammers, the people that are actually facilitating the criminal conduct responsible, I think that is a goal that is shared by everyone in law enforcement, maybe everyone other than the scammers themselves. But the problem, there's no tool or resource or additional thing that you can give to the Attorney General's office or any other state law enforcement official that is going to make a difference there, because the overwhelming majority of these scammers are not only not in this state, but they're not in this country. And there is no ability for the Attorney General's office or a local police department or a local prosecutor's office in this state or in many other states to receive a complaint like this, even if you can identify the location of the person who is on the other end of that call, who is scamming a person here in New Hampshire. If that person is overseas, that's the end of local law enforcement's ability to do anything in terms of investigating, and never mind bringing a person to the United States or prosecuting them and proving beyond a reasonable doubt that they've committed a criminal act. So there's two solutions to this problem. One of them deals with punishing the offenders, and this bill does not do anything to punish the offenders specifically. But equally as important, and this is not just limited to cryptocurrency or crypto kiosk scams. This is consistent with scams in general. The best defense that we have as a state, as a country, to attack scams is to create education, awareness, and put procedures in place that prevent the scams from happening in the first place. And that is what this bill is essentially directed at. Probably most importantly, in my opinion, is the provision of this bill that would require a refund if after 14 days a customer had notified law enforcement or a government agency and informed them that there was a fraudulent transaction that had resulted in them putting the money into that kiosk. That strikes an appropriate balance of requiring a person, if they were going to pursue relief under that section, to actually go to, whether it's the Attorney General's office or a local police department, to sit down with a law enforcement officer and make a report, a formal report to say that I was scammed or I was the subject of fraudulent conduct. If a person avails themselves of that, then there is a requirement that that person be entitled to a refund. It also requires that the kiosks put reasonable protections in place that are specifically designed to limit the amount of money that is lost in the first place. Because once the money goes, it's next to impossible, not impossible, but next to impossible for us or for our partners in local law enforcement to recover that money. It limits the amount of the loss, and it also requires mandatory disclosures that are specifically designed to help the consumer who is being scammed in the process of being scammed recognize, potentially, that they are being scammed and walk away from that situation. All of those things would make an immediate impact in the ability of scammers to utilize these kiosks to defraud consumers here in New Hampshire. And I wanted to highlight an example of how real this problem is. In our elder abuse and financial exploitation unit, we have a program coordinator who left work early one day to go to Cumberland Farms right down the street. And as she was standing at Cumberland Farms checking out, there's a ATM crypto kiosk in Cumberland Farms. She noticed an elderly person on the phone feeding money into this ATM machine and felt compelled to do something. She actually went over to talk to the person. She is one of the most knowledgeable people in this state about this problem. She talks to scam victims and works with law enforcement to address these problems all the time. She introduced herself as a member of the AG's office, tried to convince the person that they were being scammed, and they were so connected to the person on the phone, so dialed into what was being told to them that the person didn't believe her. Still believed she was being scammed, even though a representative of the AG's office was telling her mid-scam that she was being scammed. And the Concord Police Department ended up having to be called and intervene and minimize the amount of money that was lost, but still a considerable amount of money was lost in that incident. And that's just one. There are countless reports that come into this office that, come into local law enforcement. And, we have a county attorney's meeting here at the Attorney General's office frequently. County attorneys all similarly feel powerless to do anything about this and want to see some sort of action taken in order to at least limit the ability and the ease with which scammers can use these kiosks to access usually the funds of elderly folks who are extremely susceptible to scams. This bill accomplishes that goal, I think, with some reasonable limitations that I don't think would impose meaningful restrictions on trade or commerce or competition. I understand those concerns, and I don't mean to minimize them in any way, but this will make a difference. And, the Attorney General, I think that we often come here. We don't always take positions. Oftentimes we remain neutral. We've been directly involved with this. This is a no-brainer for us to strongly support this bill. This will make a huge difference for New Hampshire citizens, specifically elderly citizens. And I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Okay. Representative Burrows, you're first.
Thank you. Thanks for taking my question. This is just a quick one. If somebody like the woman you described in the Cumberland Farms decide, well, I don't, they maybe stop her from that transaction. Is there any way to stop that person, find out it's the same person who goes to another kiosk or another kiosk and another kiosk and starts, taking more and more money, transmitting it somewhere?
I'm sorry, I don't know that I understand your
Okay. Somebody's being scammed. Let's say your name is Dorothy. Dorothy, gets shut down from one of these, then decides, or maybe even there's recognized as fraud, goes to another machine. Is there any way that machine knows, like my bank knows if I go to a Citizens Bank, anyone who I am? Is there something similar with a kiosk or not?
There are a number of different, I believe there are 11 different companies that provide kiosks throughout the state of New Hampshire. Some of those folks are here and will testify. That would be a question much better suited for them. I would imagine that technology could exist if it is a machine that is owned, like owned by the same company, that perhaps some sort of solution like that could be put into place. But the problem is you have so many different companies. I think it would be challenging to have, companies' machines talking to each other when they're not under universal ownership.
Representative Steer?
Thank you. The banking industry, they have, I guess ATMs would come as close to these kind of things as could. The ATMs, the banking industry has voluntarily put limits on what can be taken out of an ATM, mostly to stop fraud. Have you found that has worked for the banking industry, just by being able to extrapolate to this industry since it's very similar?
I cannot speak for the banking industry, and I cannot speak to the success of those types of limitations that were put into place. But I think that I can say, based on what we see and what is reported to us, that if there are limits in terms of how much money can be put in by a single customer at a time on a single day, any limitations there will minimize the amount of the harm simply by the way these, transactions are reported to us. People go, and if there's a limitation, perhaps they will lose that much money. It won't be perfect, but it will only be that much money.
Follow-up?
Follow-up?
Just a clarity. So I guess my question then would become, are you seeing people reporting fraud from the banking ATMs?
Am I seeing people reporting fraud from banking ATMs? That is a complicated question. There's no question that in some scams, conventional ATMs are used to facilitate getting cash that is usually then converted into something else, like gift cards or potentially cryptocurrency or something else. They are a tool to get access to cash. It's rare, very rare, but not unheard of, that scammers will show up to somebody's house and actually collect physical cash. So it's certainly possible that ATM machines facilitate the withdrawal of cash that is used in scams. But I just can't say what the extent it's making a difference or not. It's certainly making the difference in the amount that an individual can take out from a single ATM at a time. And the thing to keep in mind with scammers is that, so in that scenario, in an ATM machine, if there's a limit and the person takes out the limit, it's easy to say, well, maybe they'll just drive to another ATM machine and then they'll get, that much money out of that ATM machine. But there's time in between those two transactions. There's an opportunity for the person to reflect and realize, perhaps I'm being scammed, perhaps call a loved one, perhaps call law enforcement, perhaps just realize, something about this doesn't seem right. And that time in between, giving people the ability to make rational decisions and think through things is one of the most powerful tools that we have in terms of minimizing, not preventing, but minimizing the amount of harm that, scam victims suffer.
Representative Hammond?
I just want to say, I had a reminder pop up on my computer. I'm supposed to be at the State House in 5 minutes, so I may be back. It may still be going on. And
hopefully I won't still be testifying.
Yeah, I'll watch the YouTube. Thank you for your testimony. Just to clarify the question that I asked the senator, your position isn't to ban this industry. Is that correct?
This is not a bill asking to
That
ban
would
the
be your preferred outcome.
The only outcome that I am authorized to speak on behalf of the Attorney General today is the support for this bill that's in front of the commission.
And you acknowledge that it's a much larger issue than just this industry, that the scamming of elderly and stealing their money that they've saved up for. It's a much larger issue than just this one industry.
Of course.
Okay. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Representative Treasure, thank you.
Thank you. So on page 2, line 31, it says, the digital asset transaction kiosk operator shall provide the full refund of all transactions to a customer who was fraudulently induced to engage in digital asset kiosk transaction. So as Attorney General office, have you spoken to those digital kiosk operators? Their stand on that, or that they are willing to do that because they might not be at fault, scammers or somewhere else. So have they agreed that they will be able to pay?
So I know I had those conversations briefly before I walked into this hearing with folks that are going to provide their own testimony. So I think that's a question that's much better suited to those folks.
Quick follow-up. Yeah, this one. So you also mentioned that the Attorney General office is in favor of this bill because fundamentally you feel that this might solve the problem. However, you also mentioned in your testimony that the Attorney General office doesn't have resources to implement this or to regulate this. So you mentioned that based on the nature of these scams that happens, mostly from offshore or whatever, the Attorney General office probably might not be able to be, they might not be able to handle these with efficiency, or you might have resource. You might not have resource to handle it. Is that a correct statement?
So you're talking about two different things. If you're talking, my comment was, and it's not even a question of resources. Resources meaning like human beings that can do things, human beings that can write search warrants, that can seek arrest warrants, that can initiate prosecutions. We have those. We have an elder abuse and financial exploitation unit that's specifically dedicated to investigating and prosecuting those crimes which we can identify, investigate, and make an arrest. My comment about resources is that there is no resource. You can't hire additional people to make an arrest in Africa or somewhere overseas. There's no jurisdiction for somebody in New Hampshire to investigate and arrest somebody in a different country. We can't do it. There are legal barriers as well as geographic barriers. We have people. We can investigate if there's a scammer in New Hampshire, there's a scammer in the United States of America that is facilitating calls, and we identify them. We have resources, and we can and do bring those cases, but those are the minority of cases. That was the point I was trying to make.
Okay. Thank you very much.
In terms of whether we have the resources to implement and enforce this bill, I believe that we do.
So you can partially enforce it as long as it's in New Hampshire, but beyond New Hampshire, you don't have.
We could enforce this proposed bill. This proposed bill does not do anything to aid in the investigation and arrest of scammers. This is specifically related to crypto kiosks located within the state.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brandon. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. I
Very
appreciate it.
good. Excuse me.
I have a question.
One question.
Just one.
Go ahead.
Don't worry about it. My question is basically in terms of this crypto kiosks. Like, how many basically cases you handled in 2025? Is it increasing, and are you basically doing any kind of things to prevent this? This bill will come later and the protection will happen, but what you are doing to those populations so that they will not lose the money right now?
Great question. The answer is a lot. And all that we really can do, which circles back to a point that I made earlier about education and awareness, because the best way to prevent people from being victims of these scams is that when they pick up the phone and somebody says, hey, insert whatever urgency they're working with that day, you haven't paid your taxes, there's a warrant for your arrest, your grandson's in jail, whatever it is, that they say, this is a scam, and they hang up the phone. Our elder abuse and financial exploitation unit has hit every county in this state multiple times with awareness events for senior populations to make sure that we do the best we can to reach as many seniors as possible and provide the education that they need to identify these scams. But we can't, there needs to be more. It can't just be us. We can't be there on the phone with somebody when they go up to a machine and are contemplating putting money in. That takes some sort of regulation, some sort of prompt, some sort of limitation, additional protections for consumers that will help minimize this risk.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Alan?
Please.
Go.
Thank you for my question. There so my question is about process. So there are 11 vendors in the state, and the prior speaker mentioned that it was very difficult to get someone to listen to the potential fraud. So my question is a process question. So what is the process, or can you recommend a better connection between the 11 vendors and your office? So if they suspect fraud, they have, some type of direct connection to report it quickly and perhaps have you investigate. So it's really a process question. Thank you.
It's a good question that highlights an important point, which goes right back to what I said in response to this representative's question and what I said in my testimony. He mentioned deafening silence. It's not that nobody wants to help. It's not that we don't see those reports. It's that there's nothing we can do. These folks are identified as being out of this country. the folks that are, and usually when they're identified not by identifying an individual. It's a location, a general geographic location of where the call originated from, and usually it's overseas. You can report that, but there's nothing that United States, well, I can't speak for our federal partners, but as a state law enforcement agency, I can't send an investigator over to India or to Africa or to South America to, try to find the person. I can't send a subpoena to somebody that's overseas to try to get them to answer questions. We cannot do that. So reports are helpful in that they allow us to understand where the problems are and where additional education is needed. But unless a perpetrator is identified as being within the United States of America, state law enforcement is essentially powerless to use its law enforcement powers to hold that person accountable for the crimes that they're committing.
Yes.
Please, thank you. I'm just wondering about a dialogue. So if you get, I don't know how it works. So if a vendor tries to call your department and say, I think we've got a scam here, I just want to make sure there's some type of a dialogue and figure out what the next step could be. I understand that you cannot prosecute outside the U.S. So
When you
that's
say a
what I
vendor,
was
you mean
wondering.
the companies that
The
own these
11
crypto kiosks?
Please.
My direct line is on my card. I'd be happy to take any of those calls from any vendors that identify scams on their platforms and are looking for somebody to do something about it. Call me anytime.
So we could include that maybe in the bill.
Maybe not my direct phone number, but
Thank you.
yes, of course.
Thank you, Brandon. Okay, the chair calls Lily Wellington from the Commission on Aging.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Lily Wellington, and I am the Executive Director for the State's Commission on Aging. The Commission is in support of this bill, and we wanted to talk to you today about why this is impacting older adults, but specifically why this policy is very important for older adults in the state. So one of the things that happens when we are victims of a scam is that scammers need to be able to replicate the scam again and again to be profitable. So in order for that to happen, right, you have to be able to, like I said, replicate this. And that really relies on some social engineering, which is to create panic. So you're making decisions quickly without really having an opportunity to think them through. But then you also have to have the ability to repeat them. And that creates, I think, a very personal experience of shame, right? Anyone that's ever been a victim of any fraud, you feel embarrassed that you fell for something. When you take a step back and you look at it, you think, how could I have done that? How could I have been so silly? And that has a really unique consequence for older adults. The heart of this is about wanting to maintain independence. And if the result of being a victim of a scam is that you feel your personal independence is going to somehow be threatened, if you went to a family member or one of your grown children and said this happened, if you also happened to be 85, would your adult children or your friends or your family draw a question mark about your ability to remain financially independent? You might very well make the decision that you're not going to tell anybody. And so the concern from where we sit is that fraud, scam of any variety is likely highly underreported, right? Because you don't want to admit, because you feel ashamed. And so anything that's going to risk the long-term independence of Granite Staters is a really high priority for the commission, and we would urge it to be a priority for this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The chair calls Cheryl Steinberg from New Hampshire Legal Assistance.
Hello, thank you, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Cheryl Steinberg. I'm the Director of the Justice and Aging Project at New Hampshire Legal Assistance. And I'm here today to testify in support of Senate Bill 42 as amended. For those of you who might not be familiar with the Justice and Aging Project, it's a project that serves persons 60 years of age and older to help them with civil legal issues, focusing on basic needs. Our services are free. And one of our priority areas is financial exploitation because it is such a huge problem in the state and it's only getting worse. So over the past several years, I would say, what we focus a lot on people who have been taken advantage of by their family members or people in positions of trust, but there's always been the issues of scams, but the scams are just growing and growing like exponentially, and it's terrible. And as you heard before, people that you would never think would be subject to one of these are, because these scammers are very sophisticated and very good at getting people to go along with what they want you to do. And so the thing with these, and you're going to hear more examples, so I won't take up your time doing that, but I know there's a lot of people that are going to talk about specific examples. The thing with these scams is once the money is taken, it's almost impossible to get it back, right? And, when we help people that have family members or whatever, it involves some kind of real estate transaction, we have something to do, but if it's just a matter of giving money out, it's like, never again. And particularly, and what I would say is it's particularly even worse if you're talking about people that put money in a cryptocurrency ATM machine. It's going down a black hole and they're never going to get it back. It's very difficult to trace it. And that's why these scammers have really started to use these machines, because there is such an easy vehicle for them to take advantage and get this money and have it being totally untraced. I know you've heard that there's some legitimate purposes for these machines, and honestly, it's hard for me to imagine what exactly they're. Some people can do some transactions, but the fees are so high when you use these machines, 20% or more. If you're really just wanting to do investment transactions for cryptocurrency, you'd be doing that on a computer or some other, you wouldn't be using this type of machine where you're getting, giving away, a quarter of your money to this company. So I would say, unfortunately, I think their primary purpose does seem to be more for people, like vehicles for scams and for scammers to use. And while we don't have any New Hampshire specific data, I think you did mention something about the Iowa and the Attorney General's office there, and they did do a study in 2023, and that's really what I wanted to talk about primarily. They launched a big investigation. They gathered information from 14 different crypto ATM companies. They contacted hundreds of residents who made these transactions, and they reviewed other relevant data. And as I said, what they found ultimately is that for people that made transactions through Bitcoin Depot, 98% of the transactions were fraudulent. So that seems pretty high. And then for the coin flip transactions, it was 95%. So, and those were the two major, I think, crypto ATM companies that were being used. Overall, that the Iowans lost more than $20 million from these transactions. And they did find that the majority of the victims were people 60 years of age and older, which is why I'm concerned about it. And again, and they found that also the victims paid over 20% in transaction fees as a general rule for these things. So they did, as a result of their findings, they did file lawsuits against Bitcoin Depot and CoinFlip under the Iowa's Consumer Protection Act. But they also enacted legislation placing limits on the transaction amounts, so $1,000 per day transaction limit and a maximum of $5 per transaction fee. And other states, at least 17 other states have enacted similar protections because of the concerns about these machines. And I think you heard something about Maine and Vermont and so forth. Maine has a 1,000 day per limit on their crypto ATM withdrawals, and Vermont has an outright ban right now on getting any more crypto ATM machines in their state. So I mean, my concern is this: if we don't enact some limits here, I mean, already what we've heard is that there are the scammers are telling people in Vermont and Maine, drive over the border to New Hampshire so that you can do your ATM, transactions without any limits. So, I mean, if we don't enact something, we're just going to be the go-to place for the scammers, and, I know some businesses get some financial benefit, but I do think you need to weigh the tremendous harm there is to these victims over whatever the financial benefit might be to some of the businesses. So for that reason, I would just strongly urge the committee to vote ought to pass on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Spear.
You mentioned Maine and Vermont. I saw something recently that Massachusetts is also implementing something. Can you detail that if you know it?
Unfortunately, I don't know, but I'm sure that's very likely.
So
yeah.
we're going to be bordered on all sides.
I think that's a good good assumption to make.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. The chair calls Ray Lammy from the Manchester PD.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Ray Lammy. I'm the fraud and financial crime detective for the city of Manchester. I have been in law enforcement for 16 years, and prior to that, I had a career in finance and banking management for 25 years. I'm here today representing the Manchester Police Department and the New Hampshire Association of Chiefs of Police. What I testify to might be a little bit repetitive, but I think it's important to know that this is what's coming from law enforcement. We're thankful that attention is being given to the crypto ATM legislation. Our preferred action on the matter would be to see a ban implemented on the machine statewide. If that's not an option, we do support the bill as approved by the Senate, and we would welcome further restrictions consistent with surrounding states. In speaking to the bill, I've heard an argument that we are unfairly targeting crypto ATMs versus other money transmitter sources. My argument would be that other money transmitters have not needed to have aggressive regulation because they've managed to self-regulate, limit their transactions, and cooperate with law enforcement. With other money transmitters, money is usually sent in the U.S. to locations where subjects retrieve the money on surveillance video with ID. Right now, 24 states and D.C. have regulated the ATMs. Indiana has banned them. Vermont, Maine, Rhode Island, and Connecticut have placed aggressive restrictions on the machines, all but eliminating the fraud in their states by imposing daily limits on deposits, limiting fees charged to 3%, and providing for full refunds for scam victims. With all these regulations in our surrounding states, New Hampshire is now the remaining target in New England, and I've seen a rise in occurrences in just this past month. In 1 week, in March, I had 4 reports filed from seniors for $71,000 in loss. We recommend strict legislation that protects New Hampshire residents from scammers who utilize the crypto ATMs as a means to defraud. Daily transaction limit we would like to see would be $1,000, and a refund policy consistent with other states of 90 days. In last month, when I contacted the 4 ATM vendors regarding my recent cases, all of them told me they do not speak to law enforcement by phone, and they gave me email addresses to send my request to for information. Some of those responses took days, if not a week, to get a response back. And when I did blockchain analysis on the crypto transactions, money had already moved at least 4 or 5 times offshore to locations that do not cooperate with the U.S., as others have previously mentioned. Manchester currently has 22 physical crypto ATM machines. All of the machines are deposit only, which means that these are not being used in lieu of a banking relationship because you can't get money out of those machines. So they're just deposit only. In the last 4 years, I've had 70 fraud cases only associated with crypto ATMs for a total loss of $1.2 million. Average age of my victim is 73 years old. Our senior population is at a higher risk due to their respect and belief in law enforcement, and they typically have access to liquid cash from years of savings, and they have the time to follow the very lengthy process that the scammers run them through, which can be an entire day of driving around multiple states to retrieve their funds and deposit them into ATMs. Just to kind of show a comparison, in 2024, I was able to intercept and recover more than $1 million for victims of fraud in Manchester. All of those were outside of crypto ATM. As far as the crypto ATM cases, we recovered 0. Okay. In closing, we look forward to working with the committee on this important issue. I know I've heard a lot of questions as far as how would law enforcement handle this. I do welcome any questions you have. And one final thing, in talking to the store owners in the city, spoken with many of them, and they've told me that the machines are rarely used, and when they are used, they usually see it at the seniors, just feeding cash in bill after bill. So it does pose a question as far as how much of the legitimate use is being done with these machines.
Any questions? Representative Teresia.
So I heard from you, and also I heard from the previous person testimony that most of the victims, they fall 60 years or older, so senior. I'm again, I might not be having the knowledge on this, but I thought crypto is kind of pretty, new, and mostly young folks might be using it. Why do you think it's mostly the seniors who are getting victim of this?
Well, I think the biggest part of these scams is that the people on the phone are impersonating themselves as being federal agents or law enforcement. And the senior population grew up in a time where fraud wasn't as rampant, and they tend to believe people on the phone if they're telling them they're a federal agent. They don't quite understand that somebody would impersonate a federal agent or a law enforcement officer, so they take them at their word and they follow their steps. These are not people that are just jumping into this for the first day. These are huge organizations, mostly overseas, and huge call centers orchestrating these plans to get the money. And the money is not staying here in the U.S., it's going overseas.
Just quick follow-up. So they basically somehow persuade the seniors to use crypto ATMs?
Yes. Yeah, I believe they're using the crypto ATMs because it's their easiest method to have the money transmitted with the least amount of ability to track it. So even working with the federal partners, the AUSA in New Hampshire has indicated that even if we can trace the money through blockchain analysis, in terms of them being able to seize funds from a crypto wallet or exchange, they've only been successful 5% of the time. And that's if we're able to get a good trace on the money. In Manchester, most victims don't report their crime for at least 3 weeks. And even the ones I had in March where they were reported within 36 hours, my attempts to contact the companies went unnoticed. I asked my victims to contact the vendors to request fee refunds. None of them were refunded.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ray.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate that. The chair calls Judith Jones from New Futures.
Good afternoon to the committee, to the chair. I'm so happy to be here with this really important bill and the information that the committee is receiving today. So my name is Judith Jones. I'm here on behalf of New Futures, which is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization that solves New Hampshire's problems through policy change, but also on behalf of the New Hampshire Alliance for Healthy Aging. And that group is a group of over 500 individuals and stakeholders dedicated to advancing policies for older adults. So what you've heard today emphasizes the vulnerability of older adults and the numbers impacting older adults. And statistics from the Federal Trade Commission highlight from 2024, during a 6-month period, there was $65 million that was due to fraud losses. And they're 3 times more likely to have older adults, individuals over 60. The importance of this bill and protecting older adults can't be stressed enough. If you're looking at older adults losing life savings, we're looking then at economic impact on New Hampshire, and then how does that individual continue living in the community and supporting themselves if their life savings have been wiped out. I'm here to testify in support of the bill and really applaud certain aspects of the bill, including the daily limit, the 14-day limit on transactions, the dedicated line to law enforcement, but ask also if the committee could consider additional protections, which could be a longer hold on funds. Right now, it's only 48 hours. And also looking at a transaction fee. What we've seen in other states as high as 25%. And if we're looking at good business practices, asking the question, is a windfall in transaction fees really necessary? So I appreciate the time and energy that goes into this and your time today, and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, no questions? Thank you very much, Judith. Okay, the chair calls from AARP, Mike Padmore, Pat McDermott, and Ken Heidemann.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the committee. My name is Mike Padmore. I'm the Director of Advocacy with AARP New Hampshire. We are in strong support of Senate Bill 482 as amended by the Senate. Our focus, AARP New Hampshire's focus, is combating fraud. We actually had a bill here in your committee last year that was aimed at preventing unfair service agreements in real estate. And so this is really one of our biggest priorities. We've already heard some of the data, but the reason why we're focusing on this is because really in the last 5 years, we have seen fraud associated with crypto ATMs skyrocket. And so, you've heard that there are a number of states, 24 across the country, have enacted protections. Maine, Vermont, Rhode Island, Connecticut, and New England have done this. And so New Hampshire has really become a target. And so I'm going to stop there. I'll be available for questions after, but I have two gentlemen who are going to offer their perspective on this as well. So I'm going to step away, and then I'm happy to come back and answer questions.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us here. My name is Pat McDermott. I live in Hooksett, New Hampshire. I'm representing AARP as their volunteer state president. We have about 160 active volunteers, 12 of whom are here with me wearing red. You probably noticed that. And we also have 200,000, believe it or not, 200,000 members in the state of New Hampshire. We're here to testify in support of Senate Bill 482. And one of the reasons that what I want to focus most on is the caregiver aspect. I'm a caregiver. I have been a caregiver for my mother. And we're the people that kind of notice what's going on, particularly with the older folks, which I am now one. And we see what happens. We look at their bank statements. I used to visit my mother about twice a week, check on her, that sort of thing. So it's important, but sometimes it takes a little while. It takes 30 days or whatever to get the bank statements in. And fortunately, my mother, in her situation, didn't drive, so I had kind of a circuit breaker there where she had to rely on me if she had, which she did get contacted a couple times and was enticed to do at least one fraud thing, but because she had to come through me, I was able to short circuit that. We're again looking at, as others have said, that the two important things, the two critical elements, are the daily limit. Again, so that people don't lose their entire life savings, and the refund window, so that there's some time in between so the caregivers can look at what's going on and have time to then react to this. The sad part about it is there's a lot of elderly people in the state of New Hampshire that don't have anybody helping them, don't have any caregivers. And without these common sense protections, New Hampshire will continue to be the target, as was said before, because all the states around us have taken measures that we haven't taken. And we're really concerned that this is going to impact our folks even more and more as we're the target in New Hampshire. So I appreciate you listening. And again, we definitely support this bill. Thank you very much. And I'll turn it over to Ken, who has a real life story.
So, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify. My name's Ken Heidemann. I live in Nashua, and I'm here today in strong support of SB 482. In the fall of 2022, while preparing for a job interview, I went to a website that I believed was legitimate. My computer immediately displayed alarming warnings, including a flashing red screen and sirens, claiming that my bank accounts were at risk and urged me to call Microsoft. And they provided a phone number, of course.
Of course they do.
Unfortunately, I didn't look up the number for Microsoft and call them because that would have ended the whole thing right there. I called the number because I was panicked. I reached people who claimed to be technical support and bank security staff who convinced me that the only way to protect my savings was to move them into a secure holding account. Over the course of a single day, while staying on the phone with the scammer, I withdrew a very large amount of cash and was instructed to deposit it in a cryptocurrency ATM, actually 2 different ones in 2 different places. And I now understand why the scammers directed me there. Crypto ATMs operate with very little oversight and, most critically, now have no limits on how much someone can deposit in a transaction. Scams like this depend on fear, urgency, and speed, and by creating an uninterrupted, unbroken sort of spell. That's really the only way I can describe it. I was basically hypnotized. So I think that limits are critical because they disincentivize criminals from targeting consumers and communities where the protections exist. When fraud becomes harder to commit, slower and less profitable, scammers tend to move on. Strong safeguards don't just protect individuals, they make New Hampshire a less attractive target. So SB 482 seems to me a reasonable common sense step that New Hampshire can take to prevent the kind of large catastrophic losses that happened to me. If they were in place when I was going through this, my losses would have been cut dramatically. And I have a couple other things I wanted to mention. I did call the owners of the crypto machines. 8 hours later, when my head had cleared, I called them to ask for a refund. And the first one, actually the responses were similar, but they basically said, yes, we can refund your money as long as it's within 15 minutes of the transaction. So that didn't help me very much. So there's that. Also, I do want to, of course, acknowledge that the propensity of these scams are perpetrated on elderly populations, elderly, frail populations. But this is an equal opportunity scourge across age groups. I have a cousin, an executive at New York Life, who's 40 years old and fell for one of these scams. So absolutely, the elderly population needs to be targeted for protection, but I do want to emphasize that people of all ages fall victim to this. And that dovetails nicely with what the Attorney General had said about education. It's important, therefore, to provide education for people of all ages and not just focus on the elderly, although that's important. It seems to me that after this happened to me, I saw all kinds of information about scams, including the one that I fell victim to. Now, I think that that stuff was around, and that I only became hyper aware of it after falling victim to it. But it just was very frustrating to me that it happened after I became basically a victim. So I do urge you to support the bill, and I thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions? No questions? Thank you very much. Chair calls Mary Roberge from AARP.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Roberge. I live in Manchester. I'm here on behalf of AARP New Hampshire. I am a volunteer. And also as part of my volunteer work with AARP, I am a fraud fighter. I'm not going to I just want to reiterate everything that has been said prior to about how important it is to have a daily transaction limit of the $2,000 and also to have a refund period. You've heard people talk about seniors, and also Ken just mentioned it does go across all ages. And the numbers that you've been hearing today are probably underreported because a lot of people that do fall victim to scams they're fearful of reporting them, especially a senior. We don't want to be thought of as not being able to think logically, that we're not capable to do a financial transaction. And an example I would give you is if someone stole your wallet, you would say that that's a crime. Well, the same thing happens when someone steals a senior's money. They're a victim of a crime. But unfortunately, the consensus is, why did you fall for that? The reason why most seniors fall for it is because they're in a heightened state. They're concerned when they get this phone call that their grandson or their child or some relative has been in an accident, or they get a call saying that there's a warrant out for your arrest. They want to do the right thing, so they're going to go and listen to this person. They're going to go to this crypto machine. They're going to put in their money, and it's not recoverable, as you've heard. So I just wanted to put that thought in your mind that you cannot think that just because we're seniors that we're incapable of stopping ourselves from a scam, because we're concerned that people get under the ether. The scammers are very intelligent. They know how to hit you right where it hurts. And it's a thought I would like to have you keep in your mind as you consider this bill, and that you do support this bill, because we do need, it may not be the cure-all for everything, but it is a step in the right direction. Thank you very much.
Okay, any questions? Thank you very much, Kristen. Okay, Mary. Kristen Evans from Able, New Hampshire.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 482. For the record, my name is Kristen Evans, and I serve as the Director of Policy for Able New Hampshire, which is a disability justice organization that works to advance the civil and human rights of people with disabilities across New Hampshire. And this bill addresses a growing and serious problem. Digital asset kiosks are increasingly used to facilitate scams, particularly targeting older adults and people with disabilities. These scams move quickly, rely on confusion, and exploit trust. Once the money is gone, it is often gone for good. The amended version of this bill takes a practical consumer protection approach, and it does not ban access, it creates guardrails. From a disability perspective, this bill is about access to safety. People with disabilities are disproportionately targeted by scams. Barriers to communication, isolation, and reliance on others for support can increase vulnerability. This bill does not assume that people should simply be more careful. It places responsibility where it belongs, on systems that can and should be designed to prevent harm. This is thoughtful, targeted policy. It balances access with protection. It responds directly to documented and growing risk, and it centers real people and real impacts. Able New Hampshire urges you to support Senate Bill 482.
Okay, thank you very much. Chair calls Eric Baker from Satoshi Action Fund and Kenny, Iowa.
That's right. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members of this committee. My name is Eric Baker. I represent Satoshi Action Fund. We're a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that works to advance common sense digital asset policy at the state level. We are steadfastly focused on elevating sound policy that protects consumers while preserving access to this critical financial tool. So thanks to Senator McGue for introducing this bill. We do support SB 482. Kiosk fraud is real. It harms real people, particularly older adults, as we've heard, and New Hampshire consumers deserve meaningful protections. We also note that this body recently enacted HB 302, establishing a digital asset reserve, making New Hampshire a national leader in responsible digital asset policy. SB 482 should reinforce that reputation, and we offer a few friendly amendments to help strengthen this bill a bit more. A few highlights. There's been a lot of discussion on transaction limits. We suggest a $3,000 per day limit for new customers in the first 7 days, which would be high enough to reach that SAR threshold that we've been hearing a bit about, that suspicious activity reporting threshold. These reports are meaningful. They flag these potentially nefarious wallets that are conducting these potentially illicit transactions. And it gives law enforcement increased visibility into these cases. That time frame and limit also reflects the data-backed reality that new customers are far more likely to fall victim to these scams. On the hold provision, the bill currently recommends a 48-hour hold for the first transaction. I think that's phenomenal. I think we can go a step further and even say 72-hour hold might be more appropriate. This allows consumers a clear window to cancel that transaction, including all fees with no questions asked. Law enforcement in other states have testified on the effectiveness of hold periods, especially for seniors. It gives these individuals, like one gentleman testified to, a chance to clear their head and think about the transaction that was made, whether it's 8 hours or 72 hours later, a chance to talk to friends and family about what may have happened and a chance to recover what was put through in that transaction. Many companies are already doing this, and with particular sensitivity to folks over 60 years old. On preemption, the amendment bars local ordinances stricter than state law. As a member of local law enforcement testified in the Senate, local bans don't protect victims. They just move the machines to the next town over where they can still go through with a transaction. And then we also suggest to additional consumer protective provisions in the Senate version lacked. Board-approved anti-fraud blockchain analytics. A study from TRM Labs, a third-party data analytics firm that was cited by a report from the Kansas City Federal Reserve Bank, said that 98.8% of these cash to crypto transactions are indeed legitimate, but that 1.2% of fraudulent transactions can be reduced through utilizing blockchain analytics. So any of these transactions that occur in the cash to crypto ATM, these transactions are on the public ledger, and by enhancing the blockchain analytics, there's every day that amount of fraud can go down by flagging those illicit wallets. And we'd also suggest consideration of enhanced due diligence for customers age 60 or over. We had an example in a neighboring state of Massachusetts where a member of the police department in Sharon, Massachusetts, they mentioned that because a transaction of one of their constituents was held for 24 hours because this individual was over 60, that individual came forward to the police and they were able to recover it because of that enhanced protection for an individual over 60 and that hold period. So overall, folks in New Hampshire deserve to be free from the threat of devastating financial fraud and free to engage in the real transformative power of safely investing in digital assets. I think this committee can accomplish both through the legislation put forward with a few tailored amendments, and I urge this committee to advance the bill. Thanks for your consideration. I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, Representative Spear, thank you.
Thank you.
Your recommendation, this is the first part, but it's only, your recommendations, can you mail them to us?
I'll be happy to email them to members of the committee.
Okay, now my real question.
Okay.
So I read, and I mentioned this before, that Iowa found 95% of transactions were, stop shaking your head, you're really annoying. 95% were fraudulent. Kansas is saying 98% are perfectly legal. Why is there such a big discrepancy? Do you have any idea?
You know, I haven't seen the methodology. Thank you for your question, Representative. I haven't seen the methodology on how that number was landed on by the Attorney General's office in Iowa. I'm a fan of Attorney General Byrd, and I think she does a great job with cracking down on fraud. I just haven't seen the methodology on how her office was able to land on that number. TRM Labs that I mentioned I'm happy to share that study as well. They're a third-party data analytics firm that's looked into these transactions and has found a very different number. I will note on Kansas, they just recently sent a bill to Governor Kelly's desk, a Republican legislature sending this bill to Democratic governor that institutes some very real and very strong consumer protections, not unlike the bill before us today. So, we're actively monitoring those legislative developments in Kansas and New Hampshire.
Thank you. Representative President.
For your suggestion, you said a $3,000 daily limit for the first 7 days.
Correct.
After the 7 days, is there just no limit? Is that what you do? Want no limit after that?
Yes, that's what we would at this time say. Oftentimes I point to the fact that when I was 16, I got a 15, I got a learner's permit to learn to drive, and once I was deemed roadworthy and passed the test, and demonstrated responsible use of following the law and practices, I got a full driver's license. I think much can be said for existing customers. After a 7-day new customer period, we believe that consumers who have demonstrated responsible usage of these kiosks can have continued access to their own investments. One thing that, if I may, Representative, one thing that we haven't discussed in deep detail here today are really the legitimate use cases for these machines that are out there. Individuals, particularly the unbanked that may not have access to traditional finance, traditional bank accounts, are using these machines to it's really the only option to bring cash into crypto and invest into their future. Despite some recent volatility, it really is one of the best performing assets in the last decade plus here, and it's really transformed the financial future for a lot of people that typically have been left out of the financial gains that we've seen in our society. And so we would hate to penalize individuals who demonstrated responsible use of these kiosks and continue to build their family's financial future.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. The chair calls Mike Geiselhart from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and Bitcoin Depot.
Just turn your mic on. No.
There we go.
There
Good
you
to go.
go.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mike Geiselhart. I'm with Bitcoin Depot. Just to provide you guys a little bit of a background for myself is I spent my last career working at Homeland Security. I mainly focus on cybersecurity, ransomware, crypto crimes, things of that sort. So I would like to try and share that background with you guys when you're asking questions, but I don't want to dive in to my testimony per se. I'd like to kind of be a resource for you guys to help understand why people use our machines, what protections we have on the machines currently without legislation, as well as kind of what the threat landscape looks like today. So kind of give you guys a background if you haven't used our machines. We have around 7 or 8 kind of fraud warnings from start to finish. So when you start with us, you'll come and create an account. If you do not have an account, you'll have to create one with us, which then we will ask for all your personal information, and we also require ID verification. That way, when you start an account, we have an ID tied to you. Assuming that process is completed, if you do not have a wallet, we will point you towards a third-party wallet because we are not custodial, we do not hold the funds. Assuming you go through those 2 processes, which if this is a scam, you're creating friction in the process to begin with, we do another scan of your ID to verify that is you again, and then from that process, we run you through a few different screens. One stating that law enforcement will never, or any government agency will never ask for money through a Bitcoin kiosk. We also state making sure that the consumer who is potentially doing this transaction knows that it breaks our rules and conditions to send money to a wallet that is not theirs. Again, trying to create friction in the process, because if they answer no on that, that would cancel the transaction. We also send text messages during this process as a kind of secondary backup saying government agencies will never ask for money through the crypto kiosk. And then assuming you go through our 7 or 8 warning signs, because we also have warning signs on our machines and plain print, as well as a big screen, you can then transact the cash. After that, the cash goes through, it takes about 15 minutes, and then it's in your wallet. Now, if any folks want to know why folks use these machines, we kind of have 4 pockets of groups that use it. The one is just your average day citizen, the folks that are what we call crypto curious. A lot of folks are very hesitant to go to the centralized exchanges originally because it's requiring tying your bank to it and a number of other protocols that people just don't feel comfortable with because they don't understand Bitcoin just yet. Folks with all the scams and cybersecurity going on don't want to leak their bank information on something they don't trust just yet. So the brick and mortar option produces more or less confidence of purchasing crypto in general. So a lot of our customers will start with us, then move to the centralized exchange. So we are very much an on-ramp for folks that are just curious with the crypto economy. The next folks are ones that operate heavily in cash. As stated earlier, we are the only way for folks that operate in cash to convert that into crypto. Our next group are the folks that truly believe in the essence of crypto, meaning they've become frustrated with the centralized exchanges because the centralized exchanges are now starting to act like traditional finance in the sense of they have yields, they're having you invest in their ledger, you no longer own your coin like you used to before. So folks like to purchase their Bitcoin from us because when you buy it from us, you now own. You have self-custody in that coin. So if we disappear tomorrow, that coin is yours. I'm sure you guys remember Sam Bankman-Fried a few years ago when that company went under, all those people lost that money. And a lot of it is because the centralized exchanges are trying to act like bank where they take your money and put it elsewhere. You don't actually own that coin. Now you can get it from them, but they make it very difficult on purpose because it's in their ledger. The next group is folks that are looking to send money overseas. They can't do so through our wallets, but they'll put money in their wallet. They're usually in cash-based businesses, and then they want to send money back to their family, and let's say Latin America, because it's much safer than sending it through Western Union, where they have additional fees, and there's also danger to the lack of financial structures there. So a lot of folks will use our machines. It will be in their own wallet, and they'll send it to family overseas. I know there's a lot to start with. I just figured I would see if you guys had any questions, and then if you guys are open to it, I'd like you to walk you through kind of the scam process and where the scams are started if you're truly interested in stopping the scams themselves. Yes, ma'am.
The cases that you talked about, getting money out and purchasing crypto and all that sort of stuff, sounds really good. That's fine. But doesn't seem to be what the scammers are doing. They're telling you to deposit money into a wallet you know nothing about. Do you do anything to help in that situation?
Yeah. So scams are forever adapting. So I want to say there's a lot of things that we're trying, and the industry has tried to grow over time. One thing that we do is we do ID verification at $1. That way that wallet is tied to you. We're creating friction in the process. It's actually more granular than any other financial institution doing currently with the ID verification at $1. That way we're tying the wallet to you. One, meaning if that scammer tries to go someone else, that wallet's tied to you. So we're protecting folks down the line. But in addition to that, it allows us to create kind of, this is your account, this is you, are you sending it to you? Because they would have to say, yes, they're sending it to a wallet that's theirs.
That's not quite the case I'm talking about.
Okay.
And I could be wrong as my understanding of how this works.
No worries.
You're putting it into a wallet you don't own. You're putting it into the scammer's wallet. He has the ID, he has whatever. You don't have anything, you just putting the money in.
So there's a process they have to go through in order to say that that wallet is theirs. Because if they say, no, that wallet is not theirs in our transaction, we stop the transaction. The problem that sometimes they're having when they're getting coached through this process, like I'm sure many of you know, the bank can't stop some of these folks because the scammers are telling them, go tell them you're doing a home refinance. And the bank is like, here you go. They're taught to ask questions, but unfortunately not every bank individual does it. But we have a number of screens to what we call break up that process to try and get them off the phone, slow it down, because the friction is really what stops scammers from our end. But if you have someone that's getting coached through the process, says, this is our wallet, I'm sending it to my things, they're going through our legal transactions and rules of conduct, which makes this very difficult for us. But what's at least a benefit with how we do it is that wallet's tied to that one person. We might be able to protect that second person knowing that that wallet is not theirs. So there's things we're doing to help stop, I guess, the chain effect, but it can be very difficult if someone's getting coached through every single screen and coached through every single process. So that's why I wanted to get into the mitigation of scams in general, because you guys asked, how do we stop this? Well, I will say I do have skin in the game here because I had to stop my mother-in-law from one of these scams. And the only reason she stopped is because of my background and where I was working. But she had a phone call from a sheriff's office in West Virginia. And she walked into the sheriff's office asking if this was a legit call. The sheriff deputy there said yes. So she was about to go to a Bitcoin ATM, but she felt a little odd. She called me. Not everybody has that. So the idea with the scams in general is, why is it possible for a caller ID to have your local sheriff office on it? Why is it possible for FBI office to have a caller ID call you when it's a scam call? So ID spoofing in general and allowing telecommunication companies to not have the same compliance protocols as we do, it would stop most of these scams because you never connect with the individual to begin with. And they don't, as we said, elder individuals trust law enforcement. You're stopping that call that says local sheriff's office is calling you, and we can create that friction. In addition, selling our data makes it extremely difficult with AI. I don't know if you guys have this yet. I recommend it, an AI password. Because AI is so good, if you have your grandchild or your son, they have one video online, they'll take their voice, they'll mimic it, and now you think it is your child that's in trouble. Now the panic is there. You're not going to listen to anyone else. So if the idea is we are trying to stop scams, it's a much bigger problem and conversation I think we should have. But there's a number of best practices the industry is doing currently to try and stop this, which is why we've seen on the back half of last year, scam total amounts, according to FBI projections, have went down on the back half. They were very heavy on the front half, but they went down in the back half. And a lot of this has to do with legislation that we're talking about today. But I'll leave it there, sorry.
Representative Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome back.
Thanks.
I think.
Thank you for your testimony. If you could, if you could explain the difference between an app on your phone that connects to a centralized exchange and another app on your phone that is your self-custody. I don't think that there's enough understanding of the difference between those two. And the way I understand it is the app on your phone with a centralized exchange, your coins are stored on that exchange. You just have a window into it. But with the other app, the coins are stored on your phone, and it's like having it in your pocket. You're not trusting an exchange with your money. You virtually but physically possess it. If you could explain that.
I will be honest, I'm not the best person to explain that specific technology difference. However, I try and characterize it in this way that the centralized exchange is more like the Robinhood app, where you're investing in a stock and it's kind of sitting in that account, where the self wallet is more like your banking app, where your cash is in it. That's the biggest difference.
Representative Teresa.
So based on the testimony that you provided, it seems like you have put guardrails to stop the scammers, go through scamming people. I mean, you have all the security in place. That's what your testimony looks like. But one of the testimony that was given previously, it said 98% of the money Iowans reported sending through Bitcoin Depot were scam transactions. How do you explain that? And then I'll ask you a second part question. Follow up.
So I will say we do support the TRM reports number that was quoted earlier, but when it comes to that specific number, I can't necessarily comment on ongoing litigation, but I will say that in that press release, that is an unverified number. If you were to actually read the complaint, that number is not quoted in that complaint at any point. So I'd recommend folks going and looking at that complaint. I am not quite sure if that was a mistake by the AG's office, and we very much look forward to finding where that mythology came from. Or methodology, sorry. And at that point, I believe, we should have a court date this year, and we're looking forward to proving that number wrong.
Follow up, Chairman.
Further question may inquire.
So even if you would agree that, let's say, instead of 98%, even if it's 50%, would you believe that still would be a pretty large number of transactions getting scammed?
If that was an accurate number, it would be alarming, but we have no data to say that that is true.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chair will call on Steve Zemanek.
Hi, my name is Steve Zemanek. I live in Manchester in Ward 11, and I here to oppose Senate Bill 482. I have a degree in computer science and a degree in IT security, computer and IT security, and so I've responded to quite a few security incidents and phishing attacks and that sort of thing. And I've come across quite a lot of scams, and I've seen quite a lot of scams. But I don't think this bill is going to do anything to stop scams. And I'm also a cryptocurrency enthusiast, I guess you could say. Was an early adopter. I was one of the few people that got to try the prototype Bitcoin ATM that was created in New Hampshire. It was invented here in New Hampshire, and the first company that was building the hardware was called Lamasu, started in New Hampshire. But I had a incident, as far as the legislature trying to regulate cryptocurrency, it kind of bit me one time back in, I think, 2016. There was a bill that was supposed to help with crypto in New Hampshire, and it got changed. I think it got changed at the last minute or whatever at a floor amendment, and it put the cryptocurrency under the umbrella of the New Hampshire Banking Commission. The New Hampshire Banking Commission told a company called Poloniex, which was the largest cryptocurrency exchange at the time, or one of the largest, that they couldn't do business with New Hampshire customers until they got all these licenses and stuff. That bill got changed. I believe the next year it was changed so that it was no longer under the banking commissioner. Poloniex froze my account and wouldn't said they couldn't give me my money unless I was because I lived in New Hampshire basically, and they hid behind it. So I tried to go to it's still on the banking commissioner website of the banking commissioner telling Poloniex they can't do business in New Hampshire. I went to the banking commissioner's office and I'm like, hey, can you please just clear this up and help me get my money back, because there's no reason this doesn't apply anymore. And they wouldn't even help me. They wouldn't give me the time of day. They said, well, it's not our department anymore. So we're not going to help you. When probably if they made one phone call, I could have got my money back. So the reason why a lot of people use Bitcoin ATMs and stuff is because there's been a lot of debanking going on. There's Operation Choke Point. I know like the gun store near me used to, they've had their accounts closed. For example, the Canadian trucker protests and that sort of thing. But as far as the actual bill is concerned, there's quite a few problems with it. One of them is there's no safeguards on if you're going to require people to submit their identity. There's nothing to say they can't submit, sell that data as marketing data or whatever. And there's already been cases, for example, like Coinbase, which is the largest exchange that does business in the United States, has been hacked before, where they had a lot of customer data lost. Let's see. The other question is if there's a 48-hour hold on a Bitcoin transaction going through one of these cryptocurrency kiosks, if I put my money in today and there's a 48-hour hold, and the price goes up or the price goes down, did my order get filled at the time I put the money in, or did it get filled at the end of the 48 hours? And if I call and say I got scammed, I want my money back, are they going to give me back the full amount, or are they going to give me back the new adjusted value of that money? Let's see. I'm okay with warnings, and also some of the fees are very high, so I'd be okay with them having to put it out as a percentage. The other thing is like I think they said there's 11 operators currently in New Hampshire, and I don't think that's accurate. I went online, looked at every kiosk I could see within the state of New Hampshire and which operator it was, and I only counted 5 different operators. Not a single one of those operators is based in New Hampshire. They're all national organizations. But I think prior to 2020, there were a lot more. I could think of quite a few that were owned by independent operators in New Hampshire, and the fees were significantly lower than they are today with these, because it's basically not monopoly, but cartel going on. So I'd like to see the regulations so that it's very easy to get into business. And I know people that ran these Bitcoin ATMs, and they spent over $100,000 just in legal fees and compliance just to get their money transmitter licenses and that sort of thing. So there's a lot of hoops that they have to go to, so they have to drives up the price for everybody. The other problem is the chain analysis, the blockchain analytics. It's kind of pointless for scam to stop scams from putting money into the machines and sending their money off, because you can generate an address. You can generate hundreds of addresses at a time. It doesn't cost anything to generate an address. So they're going to generate a different address for every scam victim. They might be sloppy and they might reuse an address, but that's not going to stop anything. The other thing is blockchain analytics software can be quite expensive. So that's going to add cost, and it's not going to accomplish anything. And the other thing is there are two-way Bitcoin ATMs where you can send your Bitcoin in and get cash out. And if a transaction was flagged, 10 hops ago, and then somebody gives you the Bitcoin and you try to cash out and that gets flagged, well, what happens if it gets flagged? You just lose your Bitcoin? You're going to get your money back? You're going to get your Bitcoin back? There's a lot of questions in that regard. And let's see here. So that's about it. Any questions?
Representative Spear has a question.
This question kind of relates to what we talked about before. If the scenario that seems to be the one that's causing the most problems
Speaking against it.
with the scammers is the one where a person who may or may not own a crypto account or have a wallet or know anything about it is putting money into a stranger's account.
Right.
First of all, is that even a typical transaction? Is that even a transaction that usually even happens?
I know it's happened. I've followed other cases that have happened either in New Hampshire or abroad or, other states. So it does happen where they just send a QR code and say, yeah, put this in front of the Bitcoin ATM or whatever. That certainly does happen. But, most of these machines will say, do you own this address? And
Yeah,
they're
but
just
you-
flipping through.
Right, you can be walked through that.
Right.
I've seen that also,
Yeah.
right? So then my question is, we're not really going after most of the transactions. We're going after a specific type of transaction
Right.
where a subject, I guess you'd call it, is putting money into a stranger's account.
Right.
And that doesn't seem to be very typical other than for scams.
I mean, the problem is, if there's really nothing to stop somebody from going to the bank, withdrawing cash, throwing it in an envelope, and mailing it to somebody, and that happens all the time too. And I mean, just a few months ago, somebody was convicted of in New Hampshire for picking up $3 million worth of gold that a scammer convinced them to go and buy $3 million worth of gold, and so there's money mules. And the other thing is like there's people online that do scam baiting where they get on the phone, they basically are prank phone calling these scammers and trying to get them to waste their time or bust them. But the problem is like some of these like there's a YouTube channel called Trilogy Media where they go and they set up a sting operation where they convince somebody to come and pick up a bunch of money that's not real. And, but they try to call law enforcement and usually they don't get any help from law enforcement, but there's obviously somebody coming to get, to pick up money from an elderly person. So they're tricking the scammers and they're wasting their time, but nothing's really happening to these people that are involved in the scam.
Follow up.
Further question may inquire.
Trying to get to the scammers is because many of them are out of the country is
Right.
something is very difficult. But are you suggesting that because we can't get some of these things, we shouldn't do anything?
I'm saying that we shouldn't be penalizing the financial freedoms of people in New Hampshire because a few transactions are fraudulent. And
You
I
do
mean,
know that banks do that, right?
Banks-
It's not just cryptocurrency kiosks that are being asked.
banks launder money sometimes.
And so does crypto, right?
Right.
But you do have a limit on how much money you can take out of your account, your own account.
And
at
I
a
don't.
bank.
I mean, I don't think if it's your money, you should be able to withdraw it. In my opinion. Now,
Okay.
I hope that there's somebody says, hey, I think you might be getting scammed. But I mean, and one of the things with this bill is this 14-day period. The way this is written, if I was a scam victim and I was buying Bitcoin every week and sending it to a scammer, and then I finally a year later, realize, oh, I just got scammed. The way this is written, the ATM operators are liable for every transaction that has happened over the period of a year. And a lot of these romance scammers and stuff like that go on for months and months and months, or sometimes even years. So.
Okay, thank you very much. Chair will call on Riley Blake, who is going to speak for 3 minutes in opposition to the bill.
Big wide chair, a little to the left. Yeah, it's on. Okay.
So I'm Riley Blake. I'm from Keene. I happen to be blind, and I have used a Bitcoin ATM at one point in my life to buy Bitcoin. Now, that being said, I am alert and aware of scammers, and I can understand the concern that a lot of elderly people have and disabled people have about being scammed. That's a concern of mine as well. However, I chose to get educated, and I think we could be better using our resources as a government, as the state of New Hampshire, be educating people rather than blocking people from using Bitcoin ATM machines or making the regulatory burden really difficult difficult on people who want to start running a Bitcoin ATM. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Appreciate your brevity. Christopher Wade. Also going to speak for 3 minutes.
Yep, I'm gonna try. All right. So yeah, my name is Christopher Wade. I'm from Keene, New Hampshire. I'm a business owner, a computer science major. I have a little bit of a forensics background as well, computer forensics that is. All right. So I think the thing here is that education is the key to the problem and not this bill. There is potentially a solution to the problem that completely solves all scamming issues, not just these crypto, not just this one tiny little bit of the problem. And that's actually going back to where people are getting the cash from, where they're getting that money to put into that vending machine, or conducting the wire transfer to buy the crypto, or withdrawing the cash to mail to somebody. And that's at the banking level. Every one of these victims that you will hear about has taken the money out of some sort of financial account. That's where you have to hit them. Because if the vending machine operator does not know who they're doing business with, no matter how many IDs they get, no matter how many limits they put on it, it will not solve the problem. However, the bank, the financial institution, has a history of people's transactions. They know how much money you're averaging on a month for your expenditures, right? So if you put a limit on, or not a limit, but an amount, a restriction, that if a person who is a vulnerable, we'll say there's a little vulnerable box on your bank account and says this person may be vulnerable. Well, you can then say if the amount of money that's being withdrawn or spent from that account exceeds some arbitrary number, it could be a variable number, but let's just say 1.35 times the average, then what could happen is if that exceeds that number, well, guess what? An alert can occur, that account can be frozen, or something similar can happen and somebody can get involved. But it doesn't take away the ability of the elderly person to have control over their own finances.
You'll be happy to know we passed that bill a couple years ago. That's actually New Hampshire law now that the
Wow, that's
teller
great.
can call off the transaction.
That's great. So I'm not sure if it quite fits that description, only because it should have solved the problem if it actually was being applied. But anyway, maybe there needs to be some tweaking to it if there's something close to that already. So yeah, I'm not going to go into the money mules, but basically none of these problems, going after crypto, they're really vending machines. They're not kiosks, but whatever. It doesn't really solve the problem. If you look at other states and other places, money mules are basically becoming a common thing now in these other states. It basically just means old people are being directed to withdraw money and mail that money, or to an address, I believe it's called a drop address, which is basically an address where nobody lives, but a money mule will come, they'll wait for a UPS or FedEx package and grab it from the driver, and this will have hundreds of thousands of dollars. And by the way, there's a limit to how much you can actually put in, how many bills you can actually put into a vending machine. So these numbers that people are throwing around, like 300,000, that won't even fit into a vending machine, guys. And it takes hours. If you want to get $20,000 out, you're probably going to spend at least 20 to 45, probably more like 45 minutes to an hour, especially for somebody who's old who doesn't know what they're doing. This is not a problem. Crypto might be part of the problem, but so are banks and so are other means. You're not going to solve the problem through this bill. So wire transfers, I also want to point out, wire transfers are mostly irreversible as well, certainly ones overseas. Some sorts of transactions, like ACH transactions, sometimes they can get the money back, but it's only when the money is still in the account of the person that it's sent to. Once that money's been withdrawn from that account, which is what the scammers usually do, that money is also irreversible. So there's so many different ways, and just because crypto might be the sort of the method that people perceive as being common today, it's just one of the many methods that are being used, and other methods are already being, they're already moving to other methods, so it doesn't even matter. So this also opens up a new type of scamming. So basically, as I believe Steve here said earlier, if you can refund, if you can force the vending operator to refund your money, what you end up doing is you create a new type of scam where somebody will go, they will buy a couple $1,000s worth of crypto at one price, and then they will, if the value of that crypto goes up, they'll keep it. But if the value goes down, they'll demand a refund. And if they get their money back, well, guess what? They're making money off of it, off of the vending operator. You can't operate a business that way. This bill actually does undermine any viability of crypto vending operations in New Hampshire the way it's currently written. Less than one. It's actually less than one. So I have a little bit of firsthand experience with the what percentage of these people are being, the scam victims are being, or what percentage of people buying crypto are victims of scams. It is less than 1% of transactions. It's about 48 people out of about 10,000 people are being scammed. That's not kiosk specific. I don't know what the number is with kiosk specifically, but I can tell you it's still going to be closer. It's still going to be way closer to 0.5% to maybe 1.2% as far as the number based off of legal cases that we've had in New Hampshire. Specifically, the Crypto 6 case, there was a single instance in Manchester that was reported to police for Murphy's Tap Room crypto vending machine, and there was another one in Keene where there was a single person who was denied use of the vending machine. According to Chris Freeman, the business owner, he should be submitting separate testimony for that, the written testimony.
Okay, you gonna wrap it up here? That's been a long 3 minutes.
Yeah, sorry. So yeah, large losses are not from vending machines. Credit cards are not the same as refunding kiosks. Let's see here. The banks don't lose any money when a credit card transaction is reversed. It's the merchant who does. Let's see. So banks are not required to give refunds. Why would a vending machine operator be required to give a refund? It just doesn't make any sense. There will be no Bitcoin machines in New Hampshire if legislation passes, as costs to refund exceed the profit margins. Regulation should be of banks. That I already said that. Let's see, my business can't sell to South American customers without Bitcoin due to the risks of doing so. And that basically what I'm trying to say is there's tens of millions of dollars of losses that occur, and they far exceed whatever the losses from elderly people in New Hampshire. So you're not, and I'm not a vending operator. I don't own a vending machine or anything like that. I'm just a business owner. We sell computers and accessories to people around the world. I have lots more to say, but unfortunately I am out of time. If you have any questions,
Please feel free to put it in writing and email it to us if you go on the House webpage.
I will probably take you up on that.
So send more stuff. Thank you very much.
Quick question.
Do you really have
Just
another
10
question?
seconds.
You're really going to ask something that hasn't been asked yet?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Because you didn't mention that you used ACH, you used wire, and you said that there's no limit on that. But for the reason why for the first time transaction for first time customer, there is always a limit. You can do certain amount of wire or ACH only. Would you believe that if that is, and this bill was just putting a limit of 2,000, even it might be in favor of you because, if it's a $2,000 transaction, and even if your vending machine has to refund because of, as put in this bill, then the loss is only 2,000 that you refund rather than having a limitless transaction. So would you believe that this is actually going to help you in business?
I'm sorry, I really understand a word of what you were trying to say.
I'll log you later.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. I got one card left, and I sure hope it's the last one. Larry Lipka. And 3 minutes, Larry. I'm going to have to time you guys.
Good afternoon. My name is Larry Lipka. I'm the general counsel for CoinFlip. We are one of the largest crypto kiosk operators in the world. We have 41 money transmitter licenses across the country. We operate in 9 other countries like Spain, Italy, Canada, New Zealand, Australia. I know we've talked a lot about crypto kiosks today. There were some questions, and I think that might be the best use of my time is to answer some of the questions that I think were probably not answered fully. One of the first ones was from Representative Ammon about the hosted and unhosted wallets. So, at our kiosks, most of our customers used unhosted wallets, which means that's like a safe you have in your house where you have the key to it. Only you have the key to open that safe. So when you want to get your gold out or your money out, you go to it, you open it up, you get it out. There's no third party involved in that. A hosted wallet is on an exchange where it's like a bank safety deposit. So you have to get the key from your key, the key from Coinbase. You both have to insert it at the same time, turn it to get your money out. So a lot of people don't like that because that means a financial institution or a crypto company has to authorize that. That means there could be a problem in that. And another question I think you were having over here is, about the wallet. Why can't you stop someone from sending to a wallet that they don't own? That is the nature of cryptocurrency and the blockchain, is that there is no ownership identity. There's no ownership information attached to that wallet address. It's a string of letters and numbers. So that's why there are a lot of other ways that you can protect consumers to prevent them from sending to a wallet they shouldn't. There are things like wallet pinning. You can only send to one wallet as one customer. You can't share a wallet. We can do that with technology. We check the wallet to make sure it has been used in fraud. And if it's been flagged as fraudulent used by somebody else, we block that transaction from happening. We have 24-hour day customer service. We have tons of scam warnings on the screens. They're common sense things to flag people. Are you being asked to make a financial transaction by someone you don't know? Stop. Call our customer service. There's a lot of these questions throughout the process in everyday language so people understand what they're doing. And, people do call our customer service and say, I'm trying to pay the FBI. And we say, you can't do that. We educate them and we block them from transacting. If you just block the person from transacting, what happens is they go get gift cards or they go get gold bars or they send a wire transfer. So you have to educate them. So I know that no one thing will stop all scams. But all of them together will stop 99% plus of the scams. I've heard questions about the Iowa lawsuit. I'm an attorney. I worked for the Illinois Attorney General's office before I got into private practice. I've been an attorney for over 15 years. I've been at CoinFlip for 6 years. That number is salacious and headline grabbing for a politician, but it is not based in reality. You cannot run a business for over 10 years if basically 100% of your transactions are fraudulent. At our company, we have a voluntary fee refund for anybody who's been defrauded. We refund them the fee so we don't profit off of it. And there are many states that have passed full refund provisions for scam victims. The first state to do that was Minnesota. I looked at the data for 2025. Out of all the transactions that happened in 2025, 1% of them was a refund request. And that's in a state where you get a full refund as a new customer if you're defrauded. All you have to do is call us, fill out a form, provide a police report, and do ID verification to make sure that we're refunding the victim and not the scammer. So that's 1% of transactions. And that's based on when the person who's been defrauded knows they can get a full refund if they do the simple process. So that belies the data that the AARP and others have that say that people are too embarrassed to report that they've been defrauded. That might be the case in general, but when you know you can get a full refund, would anybody on this panel say you would be too embarrassed to report it? It wouldn't be public. Nobody would know. So that data directly contradicts what the Iowa Attorney General has said. And she has not given us, her office has not given us the methodology for that report. One of the ways that she found scam victims was by calling people unannounced, saying that this is the Iowa Attorney General's office. Can I discuss your financial transactions with you? Who are the people that would start discussing their financial transaction with an unknown person claiming to be law enforcement? That's probably the same people who are susceptible to these scams in the first place. So while we don't support this bill, every part of it, we support regulation. We want to work with stakeholders to come up with something that everyone can agree to. And one of the things I just want to point out about this bill that just sort of shows why there need to be some changes is right now there's a paper receipt that's required. Fine, paper receipt's required, but there's also, it says if you violate this law, that it's a violation of the Consumer Fraud Act and the AG can bring a claim against you. That is strict liability. What if the paper receipt thing jams? You're going to have to deal with a consumer fraud claim. So there should be a cure period in here for minor infractions like that, so you're not having to deal with a lawsuit from an AG's office that would not admit that they don't want to ban us.
Great. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Having no more cards and hopefully nobody else wants to speak, I will close the public hearing. 482.
together.
Oh,
They're
together?
both for Fidelity, so.
Oh, good, yeah, together.
Okay.
And McGill. And Natch. Okay, good, that's it.
I appreciate that.
Okay. You want a break, Representative Walsh? You want to?
You missed the fun stuff. Came in right at the end.
I didn't miss anything. Okay, we'll open up the public hearing on Senate Bill 496 and hear from the prime sponsor, Senator McGill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. Thank you all for hanging in. I hope this one is a little bit easier, and I'll definitely be a little briefer. For the record, I'm State Senator Tim McGill, District 11, Merrimack, Milford, Amherst, and Wilton. And I'm here to talk to you to introduce Senate Bill 496 and talk to you a little bit about how the COVID pandemic has affected some of our financial industry. So obviously the COVID pandemic changed how Americans work. So many people decided or were able to work remotely, and business adapted by embracing the remote and hybrid type arrangement. In recognition of these changes, FINRA, Financial Industry Regulatory Authority, adopted a rule, a residential supervisory location rule. Since then, 46 states have adopted that rule. New Hampshire is not one of them. So one of the largest employers of financial services employees in our state is in my district, and they asked for a little bit of assistance addressing this issue. For those who may not be familiar, FINRA is a member firm, and it's a nonprofit self-regulatory body that's overseen by the SEC. And this particular rule that they adopted allows a FINRA member firm to designate a private residence from which an associated person, one of their employees, can perform specified supervisory functions as a non-branch in an unregistered location. So in plain English, it allows financial services firm employees to work from home without being declared a bank and registering as a bank or a other financial institution. So it's pretty much that simple. New Hampshire is only one of only 7 states that did not adopt the rule. And this is very much matters locally in my district and across the state where other such employees exist. It's a very business-friendly, common-sense update, and there are some folks behind me who can speak to the particular cases that this would address. But I'm happy to take questions on the language. And it passed the Senate unanimously.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. So I have 2 cards from Fidelity Investments. Are they going to be a tag team or? Good afternoon. You have to press the button. Red is go.
Thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Jesse Stanessa. I lead public affairs for Fidelity Investments.
And my name is Ron Morales. I am Vice President Compliance at Fidelity Investments. Proceed. Good. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for your time this afternoon. It's a gift. So my name is Ron Morales, Vice President in the compliance team at Fidelity Investments. And I also led the implementation of FINRA's new rules for remote work for all registered reps across the country. Fidelity employs more than 7,400 associates in New Hampshire, and more than 350,000 New Hampshire residents have a customer relationship with Fidelity, and that's one in 5 Granite Staters. I'm testifying in support of SB 496, which makes a targeted and important update to New Hampshire securities law to align with FINRA Rule 311019, which governs residential supervisory locations, otherwise known as RSLs. Simply put, FINRA adopted this rule in 2024, so certain supervisory functions can be conducted securely and effectively from a private residence and without having to register that home as a branch office of the firm. SB 496 will bring New Hampshire into alignment with the standard and with the practices of nearly every other state in the nation, as we just heard just a bit ago. Importantly to Fidelity, this is also a bill that supports modern workforce needs and realities. Fidelity employs about 400 associates that are supervisors in supervisory roles in New Hampshire. And we have a hybrid work model. We're in the office part of the time, we're at home the other part of the time working. So our hybrid approach provides benefits for not only associates, but also Fidelity as a firm. Helps us retain employees and expand our hiring pools. In addition, the option to work from home serves to improve business continuity and resiliency. From a compliance and customer protection perspective, this bill does not deregulate supervision. It modernizes oversight of these supervisory roles and protects investors by requiring documented risk assessments and ongoing state oversight. It's important to note that RSLs do not handle funds and securities. They don't hold themselves out as branch office locations, and they don't have any in-person customer meetings at those locations. Those are requirements for the RSL. Finally, we've been working with the Bureau of Securities Regulation and Director Forcier in his office on this matter.
Excuse me, can you just pull the mic closer to you?
Finally, we've been working with the Bureau of Securities Regulation Director Forcier in his office on this matter for more than a year, and appreciate their collaboration and input. For these reasons, we ask the committee to recommend SB 496 as outright to pass. Thank you.
We do have a question, Representative Pizzelli.
Yeah, full disclosure, I worked at Fidelity for quite a long time. So what are these supervisory functions? Are these registered reps? What exactly would they be doing at home?
Great question. So these are supervisors. Again, we have about 400 of them in New Hampshire that are working from home. And what they would do is they would do things like approve daily transaction logs. So those are trades that their direct reports will be processing. So they'll be reviewing those. It's all digital, so we don't have paperwork in a paperless environment. So they'll be doing all that electronic supervision, primarily the trade logs.
Are the
Coaching.
registered reps working from home?
Yes.
So they would retain all of their licensure?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yeah, and this bill is specific to supervisors. It's a specific requirement.
How about privacy? You know, how do you ensure privacy at home?
Yep, good question. So it's all digital, and what we didn't mention here is there's also inspection requirements. So although you are able to work from home as an RSL, let's say, they're subject to inspection, which is required, and we do that virtually through Zoom. And again, as I mentioned previously, all records are digital. There's no paper.
No filing box.
Nope, those are long gone. Even in our brick and mortar branches, those are really not a thing.
And the folders are encrypted.
Yes. All that technology, it's all, again, electronic.
So it's like a lockbox. Lock on the file box. Okay. Any questions from the committee members? See none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Got one card left. Natch Grays from BIA.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nate Grays for the Business Industry Association, the Statewide Chamber of Commerce. We support this legislation. I mean, as has just been told to the committee, it's basically would allow companies like Fidelity to allow certain employees to work from home without having those employees having to register their private residences as a branch office of their employer, and therefore potentially result in customers just randomly showing up at their homes. Nobody wants that because they're not going to get help, and it's going to be rather unexpected. So we are hopeful that you will support this legislation to keep us in line with the 40-something other states that have already adopted it. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Seeing none. Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak to Senate Bill 496? Oh, you've been holding out on me. Okay, Katie Taylor, New Hampshire Bureau of Securities. Wow.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hunt, members of the committee. My name is Katie Taylor. I'm a staff attorney with the New Hampshire Bureau of Securities Regulation, which is under Secretary of State David Scanlon. With me today is Brian Linares. He's a senior staff attorney with the Bureau, and he wears a lot of hats at our office, but he also is head of licensing and registration, which is why he's here with me today. We're here to testify in support of Senate Bill 496. We believe that it does create a necessary change to the definition of branch office in RSA 421B, which is the New Hampshire Securities Act. And that change will keep us in line and promote regulatory consistency across states, and also for those who are registered with our office. And with that, we were happy to take any questions.
Representative Ammon has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Attorney Taylor, and for your testimony. Is there any downside to this? It sounds like it's all upside and there's no downside. What could there potentially be downside? And, hypothetically.
Yeah, that's a fair question. So in working with Fidelity and other stakeholders, we did discuss what Representative Hunt, Chairman Hunt brought forward about safety and custody of documents and what would be happening in these supervisory locations. We believe that the heightened supervisory provisions within FINRA Rule 3110.19 relating to these residential supervisory locations will create an atmosphere that will be safe. And I'll turn it over to Brian to see if he has anything to add to that.
No, I would just echo what Attorney Taylor said. We do not see a downside. We think the RSL rule encaptured by FINRA accounts for a lot of the concerns that might arise, and so we're comfortable moving forward in support of it.
So it says private residence. Does it have to be that person's home or somebody else's home? I mean, private residence is pretty wide open. So is the intent is that they're staying at home, this is a work at home legislation?
My understanding is it would be their private residence where they reside for the majority of their time. Yes.
And that's almost a requirement because they're going to have to designate this location, right? So they have to be at home.
Yes,
They
that's
can't
my
take it to vacation with them. Can't
That's
go on
my-
vacation with them. They can't take it out on their sailboat with them.
I'm not sure if we've discussed sailboats, but I do believe it has to be in their residential location. Yes.
Okay. All right. Just checking.
Down in Newport.
Just want to make sure. No one's sailing off with the information. Okay. Any other questions from the committee members? There's
like no way to enforce. How do you enforce this? I mean, are no supervisors are working from home currently? I find that hard to believe. But I'm right. So I'm sure Fidelity is a phenomenal institution. They will never violate any FINRA rule. But right, how would you? There's no enforcement on this, correct?
That's a good question. So I believe what this would do is change a little bit how our examination staff, and I'll turn to Brian in a second, but it'll change a little bit how our examination staff would go to these locations. Because there's no customer trades happening within that location, it might not make sense for our examination staff to go to their residential location to conduct an exam. But if we were to hear something that isn't being done properly, we would know. But there are, again, as was mentioned by the folks from Fidelity, there are heightened inspection requirements by Fidelity and other folks that are utilizing or having folks act under this type of residential supervisory location that would hopefully likely catch all of those things happening, because they are supervisors acting in these locations.
Right, that was the word I was picking up, supervisor. So this is really back office activity. And yes, it's at home, but they're just, the transaction is, we hope you have that nice expensive real estate down on Elm Street in Manchester and that, but this is a back office after a transaction is made, just to approve it, just to make sure all the I's were dotted and the T's were crossed. And they are not meeting customers in their home.
That's exactly right. Yes.
Yeah, I would just add the way the law is currently written, they appear as full branch offices, so we can't even differentiate really between like a full functioning branch office and somebody's home. And so an examiner right now could show up to somebody's personal residence. It's kind of archaic, as Fidelity just spoke to. Most of the other states have moved forward with adopting new provisions that bring the RSL rule in line with the law, and so we support that, so it's more modernized.
Perfect. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, having no more cards, we'll close the public hearing. Thank you.
No fraternizing with the committee members.
Okay, we'll open up the public hearing and hear from the prime sponsor, Senator McHugh. Welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Still State Senator Tim McHugh, representing District 11, Merrimack, Amherst, Milford, and Wilton. And I'm here as the prime sponsor on Senate Bill 256, an issue that is a little bit familiar to this committee. It covers white bagging and brown bagging of clinician-administered drugs. And I already see one groan from the vice chair. That's okay. This is a much better bill. It passed the Senate unanimously. It's more targeted, more focused than the original filing. It defines clinician-administered drug as an outpatient prescription drug other than a vaccine that cannot reasonably be self-administered and is typically administered in a licensed healthcare facility. So for a whole bunch of reasons, it's much better than it ever was in prior forms that came through this committee. And I'm pleased to say that it did pass the Senate unanimously. So I've got quite a bit of testimony, but it's very, very late. So I'll summarize. I've submitted the written testimony to the clerk, and that would be great if he wouldn't mind distributing that. The safeguards in the bill are very important. They do not create an outright ban. And that language was developed with the stakeholders in the department to find a suitable compromise and suitable language that protects the patient and the provider and allows for some transparency and open choice and acknowledgement. Basically, the patient and their provider need to consent. Probably the biggest bone of contention is the prohibition on directing a patient to go to a specific pharmacy. So if you're in the North Country and your PBM says you got to go 50, 60, 100 miles away where you could go to your local pharmacy, that's one of the biggest bones of contention. We don't want a patient, especially somebody who's going through tough times like infusion therapy, chemotherapy, to have to go and pick up a drug a long distance away. Sometimes they don't have a family member to do that. So in cases like that, this language helps those patients. It helps them avoid any delay in care, any increased costs from having to go transport it. There's some pretty careful language about the chain of custody and transportation and liability in the bill. So for all those reasons, it's much better. I will say maybe 100% better than it was previously. You will still find that some of the stakeholders will still oppose this. It has been a cost-saving mechanism in the past. I contend that it was a cost-saving mechanism at the expense of outcomes and the expense of optimal patient care and access to health care. So for those reasons, it came back. I brought it back in the Senate. It was not retained. It was re-referred to the committee, as we call it in that body. So it was re-referred, worked on in the off-season with stakeholders and the chair, who's the sponsor. And we came to this language that passed unanimously. So I ask you to look favorably on it and forget what you remember about the last bill that was not quite up to snuff. I think it was like 512 or something a couple of years ago. But I'm happy to take questions and tell you sort of what's different or what's changed. But I also recognize it's late in the day.
Representative Burrows.
Thank you. I'll make it quick. Thanks, Senator. You said you believe it's a cost-saving measure. Do we have data to support that?
I think the stakeholders, so the bill isn't necessarily a cost savings as it is, as amended, but the practice of white bagging or brown bagging, it probably is a cost saving measure. And no, I don't have those specific numbers, especially when you factor in any potential delay or difficulty in the care that would be provided. So it might be a raw cost savings, like from the top line. But when you look at the bottom line, if a patient is sent a drug, and this has always been my kind of problem with this practice and the stories that I've heard about cancer patients, if they get sent a drug and it sits on the porch and freezes or gets too hot, that drug is going to go in the bin and we're all paying for it. Or in the case of white bagging, there's not a ton of brown bagging that happens in New Hampshire. I think you'll probably hear that. We heard that in previous testimony. There's not a ton of it. So most of the payers are okay not doing brown bagging because they don't really do much of it. There are certain cases where it might be the only way to get a patient that infusion drug in a remote area. So back to your question though. If a patient goes to a facility and the drug is shipped by the PBM to the infusion clinic, that's the white bagging practice. There's another practice called clear bagging, which I won't even get into right now, where they sort of mix it up at the facility. But if they send the drug to the facility, and then the patient comes in, and it's the type of drug where you need to have in real-time lab work, like maybe to check your blood counts, or some other chemistry, electrolytes, or some other aspect of your blood chemistry before they start infusing the drug. And the patient arrives, they take the blood work, they sit in the waiting room while they run the stat labs, and then the labs are off, and now the dose is wrong. That drug would also go in the bin. That truly happens. We've heard plenty of stories about it. Then the patient has to come back. It's unclear whether the infusion clinic still bills for that slot. They might. I don't know that one way or the other for sure. There might be some folks on the committee or behind me that actually do. I hope they don't. But nonetheless, that time slot would go to waste and another patient could have been in that spot. So it's important to have that provider input to where it's a patient that's appropriate for the practice. And that's what I'm asking with this bill. So does that answer your question? Okay, thank you.
So my memory was this really wasn't a problem because everybody was getting their drugs from the hospital's pharmacy anyways, because the pharmacies ended up signing contracts. That this issue would only occur if a hospital refuses to sign a contract. That's my memory of this.
So there was a contracting issue. You're right. But the issue isn't so much at a hospital-based infusion clinic where they have the ability to pivot, make a new drug, a clear bag, mix up a new drug in the hospital pharmacy. But that's not the case in a lot of rural areas. We have
Give me an
12
example of what rural area can they can't get.
think of the 12 or 13 critical access hospitals in the North Country, right? Those are much more rural
You're
areas.
saying that none of one of those
No,
hospitals
that's not
have
what
a
I'm-
pharmacy?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying it's more likely that a patient in a remote area either isn't traveling to that specific hospital-based infusion clinic. They might be going to a different.
Why would they
more
be going to a
local-
different one?
It's closer to their home. I mean, it's a big. North Country is big.
So the issue only occurs if somebody wants to go to a different hospital that is in their hospital network?
No, it's not a matter of the patient necessarily saying, I want to go here or there versus where I was directed. It's a matter of what the provider, the doctor who knows the patients best, like that oncologist, that hemonc specialist, knows where to send them and for what, right? That's the issue.
So how often does this really happen in New Hampshire? How many people did this really happen?
I don't think we know those numbers.
I thought I heard the rumor has is that this doesn't happen at all because all the pharmacy
Definitely
everybody does
happens.
have a contract with that, and this is just a windfall for the hospital if we were to pass this bill.
So definitely not a windfall necessarily for the hospital. It might end up increasing costs in some cases, for sure. Brown bagging doesn't happen very often, like I mentioned. But
So
the
it doesn't
windfall,
happen.
the windfall, no, it does happen. It does happen in some cases, for sure. But the windfall is for the patients. The patients get the right drug at the right time in the right setting according to what their provider wants. So it's a matter of sticking up for the patients.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just
All
a
right.
question. Have a
To hear
comment.
more from,
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Can I have a comment? Or, would you believe?
well, aren't you a co-sponsor of this bill?
It's to help clarify what. happening.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just if you believe. So the insurance companies are pushing patients to outpatient infusion centers. And at those outpatient infusion centers is where the remixing and things cannot occur. And that's what's happening.
Thank you for the clarification. I definitely believe that happens, and I don't think I stated it
So
quite
what,
as accurately.
can you tell me, do I have one of these in Cheshire County? Because I know we have two hospitals, but I've never heard of this problem actually occurring.
Well, I hope you don't, because I hope you don't get a terrible disease that would require you to have these types of life-saving infusions.
Where's my constituent who's had this problem? I guess it's funny that we have all these hospitals who are coming in saying we want to pass it, but where's the actual constituents?
I'm so sorry I
being
didn't
harmed?
bring a constituent from your district who's had a
Not my
terrible
district,
life.
anyone.
Well, you
didn't
just asked me.
You didn't tell me anybody.
You just asked me to bring.
So you will make sure that we get
Constituents are
some letters
gravely
from
ill,
people
Mr. Chairman.
who can give us a real life story about how they are going to a facility that is not the one they want, that they have to get this brown bag. Can you get a story for me?
Can I go find a patient to take some time away from their chemo and explain to
They
you?
can write a letter. They can call me on the phone, or I just want my understanding is this is not a problem.
I'll try
we're
to get some
chasing
sick
our
patients
legs-
to
chasing
give you a
them.
phone call, Mr. Chairman.
Fair enough. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll have one more. Kathy, maybe Mazzaro can give me some real life stories on the problem here.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
You have to push the button. There you
Okay.
go. Perfect.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Kathy Pizarro Thunberg, Executive Vice President, New Hampshire Hospital Association, representing all 26 acute care hospitals in New Hampshire, as well as all specialty hospitals. Just to give you a little bit of history, as Senator McGue mentioned, it was introduced last year and was retained in Senate HHS, where the committee expressed concerns about the bill. We were not involved in the original drafting of the bill. We did support the concerns that the committee had, worked with the committee, and made recommendations for an amendment, which the Senate committee and the full Senate passed on voice vote. Senate Bill 256, as amended, addresses the practice of white bagging and brown bagging, which is something health insurance carriers created to purchase drugs from their own specialty pharmacies. And again, just to clarify, white bagging is when insurers purchase those drugs from their own pharmacy, sends it to a hospital or healthcare provider. The patient goes to that provider to be administered, so that's considered white bagging. The hospital or the healthcare provider does not use their own drug. It uses the health insurer purchased drug. Brown bagging is when that health insurer uses, again, their own pharmacy, sends that drug to the patient's home, instructs the patient to bring that drug to a healthcare provider or hospital to be administered. So NHHA supports Senate Bill 256 as amended by the Senate. We believe this bill as amended aligns with our position on the practice of white bagging and brown bagging, which is white bagging medications should be prohibited when dosage and or drug compounding are dependent upon the current patient lab results or clinical presentation at time of medication administration. White bagging medication should only be done if the quality and patient safety criteria are met and mutually agreed upon standards are applied, including that it's a joint decision between the provider and the payer that a white bagging medication is in the best interest of the patient. On brown bagging, we also believe it should be prohibited unless it's absolutely needed in very limited circumstances. So again, Senate Bill 256 as amended provides that balance between access to complex medications and ensuring proper patient safety and medication handling. One of the questions that was raised for the senator was cost. And there are many, many costs that are attributed to the provider or the hospital that are not accounted for in the cost of a drug, which is that, and I've listed those in my testimony, but you can read it. I won't go over it in detail so we can move on to other issues. I also wanted to emphasize that even more important than the financial consequences for providers, bagging imposes serious risks for patients, including the timely delivery of care. To the question the chairman asked about patient stories, attached to my testimony are pages of patient stories that we've collected from our hospital members that show the direct and indirect impacts on patient care and the providers that serve those patients. I will also note that even when hospitals and insurance carriers have mutually agreed upon contracts in place, an insurance carrier can implement policy changes mid-contract that can impose bagging practices at any time. So we just wanted to make sure that you are aware that even though you may have heard that contracts may be in place, we haven't been able to verify that, those changes can happen at any time. There was also a study that we looked at that review of several clinician-administered drugs. Carriers are actually paying a higher median income for bagged drugs than drugs that could have been purchased by the hospital pharmacy. One example was in 2024, the median paid amount for bagging of an inflammation-inhibiting drug, Stelara, was over $3,500 more than the median paid amount for that same drug if purchased by the hospital pharmacy. They purchased it at their own pharmacy. So the New Hampshire Insurance Department's data shows that over 3,000 claims for bagged Stelara happened in 2024. So if that means if those same claims were purchased at a median amount from a hospital pharmacy, it would have saved the carrier almost $11 million for that one drug alone. So this is one example where the insurance companies will pick and choose what works best financially for them, especially using their own vertically integrated companies, not in the best interest of the patient. Also attached to my testimony is an infographic that shows that every single insurer in that graphic has their own specialty pharmacy that they own in their vertical integration. So to summarize, the bill as amended by the Senate does not prohibit white bagging or brown bagging. It ensures that for white bagging, there is an agreement between the provider and the carrier outlining the responsibilities for each party. And for brown bagging, the provider and patient agree that transporting the medication will not compromise their care. Thank you for the opportunity to present our testimony. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Just so when I say no health carrier, you're saying because there's an unless.
I'm sorry, where are you?
On page 1, because it starts out the law, Roman numeral 1, no health insurance or pharmacy benefits shall mandate the clinically administered drug to be dispensed by a pharmacy, white bag, unless there's a written agreement between the provider and the dispensary pharmacy outlining responsibilities.
Right.
And the prior has given written consent to this arrangement. So, therefore, when you say there's no mandates, I see 2 paragraphs that say no. Okay, and then say, but however, if they have these agreements and stuff like that. So I guess I want to know how complicated these agreements are, or what's the degree that these agreements are such that you there is no contract, that they're breaking the law. Can you help me out?
So to clarify, what the bill will do is if both the provider and the insurer believe that doing a white bagging situation for a patient is in the best interest of the patient. For example, the hospital or the clinic may not have that complex medication available, and the insurer's specialty pharmacy might have it. So in that instance, they could come to an agreement on what that arrangement should be in the best interest of the patient. So it is technically white bagging, but they have agreed that that's the process that they will use for that patient.
So I guess I don't understand, why would you say no health insurance? Why wouldn't you just say that all these things are things that are done by agreement between the hospital and the pharmacy, and phrase it a little bit differently?
Sure. I hear what you're saying. I think the bottom line for the bill is it provides guardrails for both of those practices.
Okay.
Chairman,
Great.
quick question.
Yeah. And
So
okay.
this is a would you believe question. So both brown bagging or white bagging, you're saying that it should be decided by the provider and the patient? Is what the bill said in summary?
Yes, I think there should be a true communication so that the patient, the provider, and the insurer, especially on the white bagging and the brown bagging, is something that they should collaborate on.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So I guess let's go and get another opinion. Do we have the insurance department on this at all? No, we just have this white paper that came from the insurance department. Is that? Oh, you are here. Did you put a card in? Did you want to speak? That would be great. Yeah, but they're all lobbyists, so I can cut them off.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jason Azes, health economist at the insurance department. Nice to see all your beautiful smiles. I'm here for questions. The department has no official position on the bill. We wrote a report. I regret not making copies for each of the committee members, but we did give one copy to Representative Hunt. It's in the public domain on our website, and I can share a link as appropriate.
Great. Be sure you email it to all the committee members.
Okay, yeah, and if I could just make a couple of
I appreciate
some-
you saving paper, but yeah, be sure you email it to everybody.
Yeah. So we defined brown and white bagging and clear bagging collectively as bagging, because I think we can make these euphemistic distinctions, white bagging, brown bagging, but they're very subjective. And so the analysis was centered around all forms of bagging. And so that's an important thing when you read the report. But there is a fair amount, a non-trivial amount of claims for both the buy and bill model, which really happens at hospital infusion clinics, and all of the different permutations of bagging. So it does go on mightily. And it's noteworthy that, we laud some of the language in the primary sponsors legislation. It's noteworthy that this proposal aims to edit our managed care law. And it's also noteworthy in managed care, cost containment is one of the important targets for that. And so the commissioner's viewpoint, as is mine, is really to give citizens and healthcare providers choice in how to best optimize and balance, patient safety and care and accessibility, as well as cost. And so we look at the cost of these these delivery pathways really across the population of costs exerted to the state premium payers, not necessarily just one person versus another. So it's a difficult, sometimes those concepts are at tension with each other. But I'm happy to answer any questions on this rather cryptic topic.
To understand the situation, because in terms of the claims of saving money versus not saving money, you're premising the conversation. This is only going to affect 20% of the population because it's only the small group market.
I rarely look at it that way. There's a lot of cost shifting in the prescription drug market, and in all markets, it's about 20% of the total healthcare spend, and the commercial premium payers bear the majority of that cost.
So, but is there a financial advantage over one or the other that in terms of how this is handled?
Excellent question. So if you look at the analysis across the continuum of drugs, and I know that Stelara was just brought up, we saw that it wasn't monotonic. It wasn't that brown bagging or bagging always saved money. There were many cases for which it was more expensive. The buy and bill model was actually more cost effective. But if you look across the continuum of the aggregate cost, there was savings for the whole healthcare system. That's a difficult part of the report.
Savings to do what?
Savings on the aggregate
by having
annual expenditures for the drugs that are on the list. If you looked at each drug in a secular lens, the drugs for which the bagging approaches were actually more expensive were drugs that could also be taken at the home by the patient. Subcutaneous infusion. They weren't necessarily bona fide clinician administered drugs. They were specialty drugs that sometimes patients need a clinician to administer. And that's noteworthy because that's market dynamics reflecting.
Okay, so you're saying this is what's going on right now in New Hampshire. That given whatever the current law situation is, that it is there's money being saved because we had the choices and in terms of how it's delivered to the people.
Net savings.
Net savings.
That's important because you were talking about finding patients who were harmed or benefited one way or another.
Right.
That can easily be done, but it doesn't necessarily
tell the story.
That's right.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll let go of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no,
I don't need that. Forget about it, Tim.
We appreciate individuals. It's important, but when we cast votes to make state laws, they affect all.
Right. So in the consensus of what we have now, that there is some cost savings.
Yep.
Given that there's a choice in terms of how things are getting delivered. So then the $64,000 question is, if we pass this, what would it do to that net savings?
Yeah, so these choices already exist. And,
right, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I got it.
I think that it inhibits the cost containment mechanism of managed care a little bit for the carriers.
If we were to pass this.
That's right.
So we might be losing some of that net savings.
We might be. Yep.
Okay. Great. Be sure to fill out a pink card.
Thank you.
Okay. Back to the hospitals. Matthew Border.
Good afternoon. Actually, don't know if we're in the evening yet, but close.
Well, yeah, that's true. We gotta be out of here by 5. So,
right.
So be brief.
I will. My name is Matthew Borden. I live in Amherst, New Hampshire, and I'm the pharmacy director at Cheshire Medical Center in Keene, New Hampshire. I'm here in support of Senate Bill 256. We see a lot of issues with bagging of medications at the hospital setting. It really comes down to managing supply chain, so we can ensure that the patients get the medication in a way that is going to be safe and effective for them. I have in my hospital over 60 fridges that are all on 24-hour monitoring. I have many different mechanisms in place to make sure that the medications that come in are not re-imported through DSCSA compliance. We have staff who are specially trained in receiving medications, especially hazardous medications, to make sure that when medications are brought in, not only the medication integrity isn't kept, but also that the staff handling the medication are also safe. When we introduce medications going to the home or from outside pharmacy, we run into not having the medication available to the patients when they need it, or when the medications come in, we are unprepared to handle the medication. Situations come up where a patient has it at home, and I'm sure people have left things in their purse in a hot car, and the medication is not like milk. It does not always just spoil, where it's very obvious to see that the patient's medication is no longer going to be safe and effective for them. Sometimes biologics are very sensitive to heat and temperature changes, which can actually cause them to denature and not be effective for patients when they're coming into the hospital. If patients do not bring the medication, or if a shipment is brought in or not received by our hospital because it comes in through FedEx, UPS, or some other type of mail that is, not received at our loading dock, if it's left on a truck, patients come in, they get their labs, they get poked, prodded, and then we don't have the medication ready to provide to them. Oftentimes, we are waiting to the last minute, hoping that a medication is going to be brought in that day to make sure that the patient can get the medication on the day that they're prescribed. Oftentimes these schedules, medications are time sensitive. You're on a certain frequency of medications, and delays not only affect that patient who's in the chair that day getting the medication, but it also affects a patient who could have been in that chair because we do not have the medication available. We also run into issues with patients when they get a medication at home. If they are not well counseled, sometimes they try to administer the medication themselves, and that can be hazardous to them if they are not prepared to handle the side effects associated with that, such as an infusion reaction or some sort of allergic reaction that the patient might receive. There's just a lot of things that my main job as a pharmacist is that the patients who come see me are going to be safe. And when I have a medication handed to me off the street, it's very hard for me to be able to stand behind that product. Just like I'm sure if you went to a restaurant and you brought your own steak, they probably wouldn't cook it. We want to make sure that we're there for the best interest of our patients and that they can have medication that's going to be safe and efficacious when they come in. Happy to answer any questions.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Sabrina Dunlap from Anthem. 3 minutes.
Get under that. Good afternoon, Chairman Hunt and members of the committee. My name is Sabrina Dunlap. I'm Senior Director of Government Relations for Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. We are strongly opposed to SB 256. So specialty drugs account for about 2% of total prescription drug volume, but they account for about 50% of the cost across the country. So it is a huge driver of healthcare costs. Several years ago, health insurance companies across the country started using their own specialty drug networks, which could safely deliver the exact same medication to be administered in the hospital, just at a much lower cost. White bagging is really just when an insurance company requires that their own specialty pharmacy be used, rather than the hospital's in-house pharmacy. So it's same medication, same administration, much lower cost. So we are in a position now where Anthem, we do not use any white bagging in New Hampshire, and we are the largest commercial carrier in the state. So we do not use our own specialty drug network because we have been able to successfully negotiate with all 26 hospitals a much more reasonable price on specialty drug pricing. So hospitals can still use their preferred buy and bill model, just at a much more reasonable cost. And I know my team gives credit to the hospitals in New Hampshire for coming to the table with us and negotiating. They deserve that credit. But part of what brought them to the table was the alternative, which was to use our specialty network pharmacy. So this bill would remove that option in New Hampshire because it would effectively ban white bagging. So when that's taken out of the picture, as has happened in several states, hospitals charge much higher prices for those same specialty drugs. Our own estimate is that if white bagging was banned and we didn't have the ability to negotiate, the cost would likely be somewhere in the $30 million range per year.
Last year, when this bill was introduced, it contained language that is critical to controlling costs. That language has since been removed. The original language said carriers had to cover drugs dispensed by the hospital under the buy and bill model, but it included language sort of tying that to preferred payment of the carrier. Without discussion with any of the carriers, that language was removed when this bill was retained or re-referred in the Senate, and it was replaced with the language before you today. While we do not support any bans on white bagging, we'd feel much more comfortable with a ban if hospital drug pricing was tied to reasonable pricing, as was the case with the language in last year's bill. Without such controls in place, a ban on white bagging will drive up costs in the area of specialty drugs, which is already one of the biggest cost drivers in healthcare. This bill would remove our ability to negotiate reasonable drug pricing with the hospitals in New Hampshire. That's what this bill is about. We respectfully ask that the committee find this bill inexpedient to legislate. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm happy to take any questions.
So what should be added back into the bill? What was removed that should be added back in?
Well, I think if you were going to amend it, it would be, I'll pull up last year's bill. It's one line.
One line.
It was SB, it was this bill.
Same bill number. It
Mhm.
was just an interim study of the Senate side.
I have, it's in a different folder of mine. I don't have it in front of me, I don't think. But
Okay.
it basically said, I actually have it. It said carriers had to cover drugs dispensed by the hospital under the buy and bill model as long as payment was consistent with the terms and conditions of similarly situated network participants and according to the benefit offered by the insurance company.
Okay. Okay.
I have a question.
Yes, Reverend Surtees.
Thank you. So I would like to address everyone before you who have supported this bill. Their reasoning or points were not based not on cost. They basically emphasize upon the main reason is that safety of the drugs and the storage of the drugs, because some of these drugs might require certain way of storing it and certain mixing, etc. So they emphasize mostly on the need of safety and storage as a reason to allow, the other bagging, brown bagging, I believe it's called. While, can you address that question, that if you just deliver the way you're doing to your specialty pharmacy, which is what you're advocating, that deliver to a
She just said
specialty.
they don't use their specialty pharmacy. That right now, they're not using their Anthem specialty pharmacy. They're not using it. Right.
No,
So you're asking the wrong person.
No, she
said they don't use the specialty pharmacy. They use the in-house pharmacy.
Yeah. So which pharmacy are you using? So I mean, can you address that part on the efficacy and the storage and the safety of the drug, that the hospital association and everybody who testified before you, they talked about that. Can you just address that part? How is it, how you can achieve that?
So I think if I'm understanding correctly, I do just want to reiterate that yes, in New Hampshire, we don't use our own specialty pharmacy. However, getting to the issues around waste and patient safety, we have used our specialty pharmacy in other states, and I have not seen any evidence to support the assertions around, beyond anecdotes, around waste and patient safety issues. The drugs are coming into the hospital, whether it's via a carrier specialty pharmacy or it's the hospital ordering it from the drug manufacturer. They're coming into the hospital through some chain of command.
Either way, they're both coming into the hospital.
Correct. And our medical director and I have discussed this at length. And again, beyond maybe one or two anecdotes, I haven't seen any evidence to suggest that there's widespread waste of medications or patient safety issues. But again, even though we don't have a problem with using our own pharmacy network, we currently do not do that in New Hampshire.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Representative Ammon?
I just have a question of the chair or the clerk.
Okay.
So, the previous testimony, Matthew Borden, does it say what pharmacy he represents? I'm just curious what pharmacy, or maybe you can just answer.
Yeah, the director of pharmacy at Cheshire Medical Center.
Okay, but it's not a Rite Aid on the corner. It's okay. Thank you.
It's not, right, no, it's a hospital pharmacy. Remember I said he's from a hospital. Okay, yep. All right,
Thank
thank you
you.
very much. Okay, we'll switch back to the hospital. So Ben Bradley from the Hospital Association heard something that he really wants to respond to, so he's got a minute to tell us what he just heard and wants to.
Thanks, Mr.
to
Chairman.
correct.
I appreciate you entertaining my my quick pink card. A couple things. One is Department of Insurance Department did provide an analysis on white bagging and brown bagging.
Excuse me, ladies. Don't be sorry about me. It's the person who was testifying.
Forgive you. And we've provided a response to that I want to make sure you get in your inbox, because there are some deductions that I think need further explanation. Although the drugs may add up to be more per purchase or per median price per dose, to be more via bagging, if you look at the claims data that we've referenced and Kathy referenced with Stellara, there's an $11 million savings by using the. So to suggest that bagging is a cost containment mechanism
Right.
Across the board, I just want to make sure the committee understands that is actually not the case in the evidence provided in the 16 selected drugs that the Department of Insurance had identified. Additionally, on the contracts piece, where you suggest, well, contracts are in place, Anthem has contracts in place. We haven't been able to verify that. We haven't heard that that's the case. But even if they were, if Anthem or any other carrier had a contract with every provider, every hospital, they could still make a policy change at any time to say, we are no longer covering a buy and bill drug. We are going to require you to
I
purchase
thought
it.
we had that in the other bill about
That's
how often they're
right.
changing.
That's right. You're connecting the dots, Mr. Chairman. So I wanted to make that clear about when contracts still remain limited in the ability to insure. And that's why this bill is important, because it still creates the guardrails that even outside of a contract, they would be required to have the agreement of both the provider, the carrier, and in the case of brown bagging, the patient who's going to be responsible for receiving the drug. Thank you.
Okay. All right, moving right along. All right, so, oh, you do? You want to ask a question? Yes, Representative Spear has a question, and you're willing to entertain it.
You brought up an example of a specific drug.
That's right.
The insurance department said, yeah, for a specific drug, you might save money, but in aggregate, we're not saving money.
Right.
Do you want to address that?
I do, and it's actually going to be addressed in my response to that analysis. When I send it to you, it'll be in your inbox. But the way the department has categorized all those 16 drugs, they've looked at the median purchase price or the median paid price for the drug using a buy and bill method, and the median purchase price using the white bag or the bagged method is how they call it. And then they take those numbers, they take what those medians are, and they compare them to add them up, and the delta is $10,000 or so more for buy and bill drugs versus the bag drugs in aggregate if you look at the one dose. But then if you look at the number of claims on the drugs that are less expensive to bill for buy and bill, then it's actually an enormous savings to use the buy and bill method that the hospital uses. And I explain that in the response to the department's analysis.
So when they're suggesting to put in the similar situation with the PBM pricing, so you're saying that you can get better, cheaper than what the PBM is providing?
There, as evidenced by the Department of Insurance, the insurance department's analysis of
Right.
16 selected drugs that they had enough claims data for. What I'm saying is there are several drugs that are less expensive under the buy and bill method. And there are a number of claims with those that are used with bagging that if used in buy and bill would save millions of dollars. So yes, some are less expensive under the hospital.
I would want to rewrite this bill that before the drugs are ordered, that whoever has the better price is the way we should be getting it.
Right. And so our focus really, Mr. Chairman, and I want to get back to this, is around what the pharmacists are here for, the patient safety concerns, but I wanted to address the points that were raised by the insurance department to suggest that bagging is a containment mechanism, when in fact there is evidence to
You're
suggest...
questioning whether it really was a cost savings. You're questioning his analysis. I got that.
Yeah, a response.
Okay. Representative Spear.
If white bagging, they also said if white bagging was not allowed, there would be no reason for anybody to negotiate anything. And you could charge whatever you want. I mean, is that...
I don't believe that's the case because under a couple of circumstances. One is there are hospital pharmacies that don't have an inventory of what a patient might need. And there needs to be a relationship with the carrier who might have a specialty pharmacy that can supply that drug. And so you would want to make sure that the provider and the carrier agree and have a care plan and a determination of liability and all that to say, we would like to do this and we both agree, and can you transport and deliver the drug in a safe manner? But to suggest that hospitals aren't willing to negotiate on whatever, it's much more, a carrier contract with a hospital is much more than drug prices. It
Right.
runs the gambit.
As we know, we learned with your contract bill.
Right, and so it's a part of a broader negotiation. So I don't feel that deteriorates the ability for the carrier to negotiate on drug prices.
Okay. We are going to run out of time here, so
Just 30
it better
seconds.
be an easy question.
Yeah, 30 seconds, because I get it. So I just want to make sure that I understand it correctly. So the insurance company just before you said that the cost will increase $30 million increase, while you were saying that based on your analysis, it's not going to have any cost increase or saving. Is that correct statement?
So all I'm questioning is to suggest that bagging in general terms is a cost-containing measure across the board, and I don't believe that's the case.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Cam, you're up next. Oh, Cam's not here. Good. All right, Paula. Okay. All right, Paula, you're up next. Perfect.
So,
You got 2 minutes, Paula.
oh, okay. Then I probably won't even mean that.
Okay, perfect.
So for the record, my name is Paula Rogers, and I'm here on behalf of America's Health Insurance Plans. And I've been around a bit and been around the advent of Senate Bill 256 in its original form, which was before the Senate. And there was considerable chatter amongst parties of interest around that bill when it was first being heard. And I remember distinctly going in, looking at the amendment that was discussed by the sponsor at that hearing, and agreeing that I thought it was a reasonable compromise. And that language that you, Chairman Hunt, asked for from Sabrina Dunlop was the language that was in the original amendment discussed before the Senate committee. That did not prevail. And what is now the amended version that has come over from the Senate gives discomfort to the plans, and we cannot support it. I don't believe there was the kind of collaboration around that amendment that occurred over the First Amendment. And so as I'm sitting here listening to the testimony, we know the department is not taking a position. They seem to have some data. We know that the market seems to be somewhat competitive. We wouldn't be here on opposite sides of the bill otherwise. And so we know that drugs are hugely expensive. We know the departments had looked at 14 or 17, I've forgotten what Dr. Aziz said, but there are many more than those drugs. And surely, if you looked at the whole array of drugs, you're probably going to find a hospital pharmacy that's going to buy, maybe at a lesser cost then would be a white bagging situation. But that is not the whole arena. And we know, and I think you could go online and start Googling about, and you could find all sorts of studies that show that white bagging compared to hospital pharmacy costs are significantly different. And there are cost savings there. And so it is a leveraging opportunity that Anthem apparently took advantage of. They knew that they, in New Hampshire, could institute white bagging. And they decided, New Hampshire's a small state, and we all sort of know one another. They decided that their better route was probably to deal with the hospitals, come up with a contract that makes sense, short of white bagging. A smaller health plan might not have that same base of opportunity. And so what I'm concluding listening here is we need to keep the system somewhat competitive. And if you were to prohibit white bagging, which basically the bill in its present form essentially does, then you're going to limit the arsenal that is out there to try to address the huge cost of drugs that we all need. Now, the one thing that does distress me a bit, and maybe the department could look into this a bit, but I don't know whether they have the capacity to do it, there are complaints that there are patient harms, that drugs don't arrive on time, or they're not properly kept, or they don't arrive in the right form, or the dosage is wrong. I can't believe that doesn't happen in the hospital setting, irrespective of whether the drugs came in as white bagging drugs. If there are patient safety issues, those deserve attention. And so we don't want to leave those aside, but to bring them up and mix them into this discussion, I think sort of it's yawing, it's pulling in a different direction that you might ignore that there are huge cost savings to be able to have white bagging either as leverage in the market or as actually utilized in the market.
Great.
So that's kind of what I have.
Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Dustin Butler from Huggins Hospital, and says, and support the bill as amended. Is that you're saying as this amendment was amended? Okay.
So good afternoon. I'm Dustin Butler, Director of Pharmacy at Huggins Hospital in Wolfboro. I'm just kind of the boots on the ground to kind of give you, what I'm seeing in the real world with patients that come in. Despite any contracts in place, we're still seeing this come through. So white bagging, brown bagging, it does come through. Maybe the smaller carriers are sending it, but we are seeing it, so it does exist. What happens is the way the bill is amended is it's meant to safeguard some of our elderly patients or behavioral health patients that come in. They can't manage these sensitive or hazardous drugs that are delivered to them. Sometimes I'll show up and say, oh, I'm at my dentist appointment, and actually they're at the infusion center. So these people can be confused. So expecting them to manage these drugs is a big ask, and it's a safety risk for those patients. And the bill gives some compromise to adjust for patients like that, and ones that are fine to do this on their own, they can continue to white bag as needed if they feel that that's appropriate. We're in the Northeast, so a lot of these meds are overnighted. So if there's a big storm that comes through, it takes 2 days instead of 1 day. The med's not good any longer. The container that it's packaged in is only good for 24 hours. So they have to throw it out and then reschedule the patient's appointment. Some of these people might have transportation issues. So for them to reschedule and come again, it's a big endeavor for them, and it really puts a lot of harm to their way of life just to have to adjust everything for that. Sometimes we see drugs that come in that are opened by patients tamper. They weren't sure, they were confused. What's this package? Open it up. We can't use it anymore. It's not sealed. And then sometimes products that are recalled or the incorrect dose show up. So the patient condition has changed while in transit. So the dose that they should get is not the one that's actually received. I will say, and Matt spoke about this, there's so many safeguards in place in the hospital setting that it would be almost impossible for a patient to get a drug that was compromised. If something goes out of spec for 5 minutes, it's scrutinized, and we often have to discard it and replace it with something fresh that we do have. 24/7 monitoring of everything, chain of custody, all this is federal regulations that we follow. So in support of that bill, I think it's well written the way it is to accommodate these patients and focus on patient safety.
Yes, Representative Spear.
The situations that you describe, where the patient gets the drug and then they don't know what to do with it, or they do something bad to it, that's brown bagging, that's not white bagging. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay, so we don't have a problem, you're not calling out a problem with white bagging yet.
So white bagging, if it's shipped to the hospital and there's a storm and it doesn't come on time, then we get a product
Well, that's still true if it coming from your supplier.
So these usually go through FedEx or UPS. Our supplier is ground freight that comes. It's not air travel, which is the overnight service that they have for UPS and FedEx.
So you saying UPS is ground is better than FedEx air?
So they won't fly if there's a storm. So these are overnight, so they go by air. So the drugs that we're getting are usually from distribution centers that go by ground. So storm or not, we can get it. We also have reserve stock in our pharmacy. We don't just buy one per patient. So if the
I would
medication
hope,
doesn't
yeah.
come, we have some redundancy to take care of these patients irregardless. So
Great. Thank you.
thanks.
Okay, Curtis Berry. 3 minutes.
Mr. Chair, Sam Hallmeyer can come with me to save some.
Okay. All right, and Sam from PCMA. Tag team. All right, we got to be out of here in 15 minutes.
Do my best.
And I got 2 more cards left. Don't get me in trouble.
Mr. Chair, for the record, my name is Sam Hallmeyer. I'm with PCMA, which is the Trade Association for America's Pharmacy Benefit Managers.
And good afternoon, Curtis Barry on behalf of Pharmaceutical Care Management Association, PCMA, which represents or services, the industry services, employers and governments alike, both self-employed and fully insured commercial carriers. I'd like to start with some comments on testimony and questions that came up earlier. We're representing, in essence, the premium payer, looking out, and that's the function of a PBM, is to keep the cost of the prescription drug benefit portion of the health plan as low as possible. Sponsor talked about stakeholders and the bill as it stands now. Not sure if my email was in the junk folder, but we were not at the table during the discussions on the amendment. We view, as previous testimony was, this is a de facto ban on white bagging for one particular reason, which I'll get into. But this issue didn't start with this legislation nor the 2023 legislation. It started in 2021 when we were doing remote legislating and remote everything like that. And it's clear, despite what the hospitals represent, they want to ban the practice. And I say that because, as brought up by the chair previously, what's not in here is the cost factor, which is what we want to raise here. You understand, I think, you have a very good understanding of what the issue is, white bagging versus brown bagging. I don't need to reiterate that. The first page of what I handed out is from the Department of Insurance's report on cost drivers. And I want you to pay particular attention to the box on the left where it says specialty. Specialty drugs, which is what we're talking about, represent on a per member per month basis more than generics and brand non-specialty combined. And the increase year over the year is higher than those two as well. I want to call your attention to another page in the packet that I gave you, references 3 different studies that have a variety of information. And they're reputable studies, non-industry. Magellan's, which references the majority of hospitals mark up medicines between 200 and 400% on average under the buy and bill system. 17% charge 7 times the price that they paid for the medication. The Massachusetts Health Policy Commission, a government commissioned study in a report to the legislature there, said drug spending increases were driven by hospital markups, and it's explicitly noted that specialty pharmacy distribution, including white bagging, reduced total drug spending without changing the clinical aspect. The Journal of American Medical Association, key findings, 2 peer-reviewed studies. Hospital outpatient departments charge 2 to 3 times the Medicare prices for infused oncology drugs. And price variation was driven primarily by the site of care, not by the drug, nor the patient condition. There's an additional study there from the Community Oncology Alliance as well, similar findings. But I suggest to you that if you don't believe studies, look to the West. Vermont had a specific example that is on point. In 2022, passed legislation that effectively banned white bagging. In 2025, the Vermont legislature repealed that ban because it was easily demonstrated that the cost increased significantly. So who was affected by Senate Bill 256? Chair referenced very early in the hearing and is right on point. This bill addresses RSA 420J, which is only fully insured commercial plans. It does not impact, can't impact probably self-funded, but more importantly, it does not impact the state employees plan. It does not impact Medicaid. It can, but those two representatives of those 2 plans ask that they be excluded because they recognize the increase in cost savings that this represents. So you're impacting less than 30% of the residents in New Hampshire, but you will increase the cost to the premium payer. So to sum up, it's not an issue for smaller health practices, apparently, that don't stock the medication that you heard. The patient safety issue is only an issue for the hospitals that do stock the medication. But you've also not seen data on those. You've heard some anecdotes. Who benefits from this? The hospitals. And who pays more? The premium payers. I can walk you through the packet. The last 2 pages, by the way, are the Senate Bill 256 as introduced, which contains the language that we were talking about. It's highlighted. And it also contains an amendment that was circulated on House Bill 513 from the previous session. House Bill 513 on the similar subject was initially retained in the first year of the session, then sent to interim study, and the committee unanimously voted not recommended for future legislation. There's one additional study reference in there and some background information. I don't know if you want to add anything. We're happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. We're all set.
All right.
All right. Carrie Federico from Spear Memorial Hospital.
Thank you, committee members and Mr. Chairman. My name is Carrie Federico. I'm the Director of Pharmacy at Spear Memorial Hospital. Prior to my role at Spear, I was actually a patient safety officer for a multi-hospital health system in central New Hampshire. I want to bring it back here a little bit to the patient and get them back into focus. We've been working so hard in healthcare to have shared decision-making and a patient-centered care. This bill does not change the ability to do white bagging or brown bagging. What it does, it allows us to create a process that's succinct and brings the patient back to the center of care. The colleagues behind me, they had previously spoken about errors and how we should be reporting those up. I just wanted to kind of correct from my perspective when we say errors. It's not errors in like the actual mixing of the med or the administrations. It's errors in the fact that it's a delay in care. That would be considered an error. We want to provide care for our patient at the time when they're supposed to get it. It's really important to the patient and to the healthcare providers to be providing that high quality care. Bringing it back to white bagging, there's some issues that I see with not having that shared decision making, and especially what Kathy spoke about previously about with dose changes. When a med gets delivered to us from one of the insurers through their pharmacy network or whichever, and there's a dose change, that's where we're going to get waste. That's increasing our healthcare dollars and our costs. So For instance, in my fridge right now, I have meds for a patient that had a dose change. What's going to happen is if that dose doesn't come back, it's just going to get wasted. A $4,000 drug flushed down the drain, just like that. The other thing of having inventory on hand, like we prepare ahead of time for our patients. When we have to do the white bagging, this is causing an issue in terms of us getting it on time. They won't even let us order it or place the order until like the last minute. Our nurses who have to call and actually call these pharmacies for the white bagging, they can't place it too early to ensure it's here on time. So back to what my colleague said about delays in shipment, it's real, and it's the patient that suffers. And then that just looks terrible in the healthcare system that we're trying so hard to improve. I'd be happy to take any other questions.
I think we're questioned out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, one card left. John Reynolds, NFIB, New Hampshire.
Thank you, Chairman Hunt. I'll be very brief. My name is John Reynolds. I'm the State Director for National Federation of Independent Business in New Hampshire. We represent 1,700 small businesses around the state. After taxes, healthcare costs are probably the second thing I hear about the most from our members. As I'm sure you know, they went through significant premium hikes going into this year. It's ranked as the top issue for many of our members for over 40 years. 98% of our members say that who offer employer-sponsored insurance right now to their employees are worried that the cost will become unaffordable in the next 5 to 10 years. And for the reasons already previously discussed, including your astute comment, Mr. Chair, what they want is just to get to the lowest cost. How do we get to the lowest cost acquisition price for very expensive drugs that are really driving growth in premiums for small employers? And what we saw in Vermont, right, is that in the 3 years after they enacted similar restrictions on white bagging, premiums in the small group market went up by 50%, premiums in the individual market went up by 71%, and the problem was so severe that they turned around and imposed a cap on the markup for clinician administered drugs at hospitals of 120%, which in turn contributes to budgetary problems for hospitals and problems with access to care for patients in those areas. So that's a spiral, that's a path that I don't think that the state wants to go down. There was an earlier iteration of this bill that we did support, that we do believe addresses the concerns with handling, waste, access, and while also limiting the impact on premiums. We think the committee should go back to that. That's it. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. With that, I will close the public hearing and see you all tomorrow.